Good evening and welcome. My name is Paul Alpert and I am the chair of the Needham Planning Board. This is an open meeting of the Needham Planning Board. It is a regularly scheduled meeting. It is Tuesday, March 15th, 2022. This meeting is being conducted remotely, consistent with current state regulations, and is being recorded. Public access to this meeting does not ensure that there will be public participation unless required by law. This meeting will not have public comment except in connection with any hearing that is on the agenda. We have 4 hearings tonight, 3 of which are with regard to the Needham Gateway at property located at 100 and 120 Highland Avenue. 1 with regard to the dumpster installation, 1 with regard to an indoor golf facility, and 1 with regard to a medical facility. And we have a hearing with regard to the Needham Farmers Market annual application for permit. So first, I'll confirm that a quorum of the members of the planning board are present. When I call your name, please respond that you are present. Jean McKnight.
Here.
Marty Jacobs.
Present.
Natasha Espada.
Present.
Adam Block.
Present.
All the members of the planning board are present. Next, I'll introduce our planning department. Our planning director, Lee Newman.
Present.
And our assistant planning director, Alexandra Cleek.
Present.
Okay. As each agenda item is reached, I will introduce participants who are here to present or discuss projects and proposals. For those participating in the meeting, please also be aware that others may be able to see you and hear you. Anything that you share or state will be a matter of public record. All supporting materials for this meeting, including the agenda, are available on the town's website, www.needhamma.gov, unless otherwise noted. The ground rules for this meeting are designed to allow for an accurate public record. Each of the speakers on our agenda will be introduced. After speakers conclude their remarks, each board member will be asked by name for any comment, questions, or motions. All votes will be by roll call. For each participant, please remember to state your name for the record before speaking. For each person from the public who is recognized to speak, please remember to state your name and address for the record before speaking. That concludes our introductory remarks. It is 7:22, and so we can get started with our first public hearing, which is scheduled for 7:20. This is an amendment to Major Project Site Plan Special Permit 2005-07. Needham Gateway LLC is the petitioner for property located at 100 and 120 Highland Avenue, colloquially referred to as the Needham Gateway Plaza. This is regarding the request for the installation and use of an additional dumpster enclosure with up to 3 trash dumpsters for cardboard to be located within the parking lot. And I see that we have present as participants, we have Mike Moskowitz, who represents the property owner and is the manager of the property owner, I believe, and Rick Mann, who is the attorney for the petitioner. So with that, I turn the floor over to Rick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Hi, my name is Rick Mann. I'm an attorney for Needham Gateway LLC, as indicated. With me this evening are the following individuals who are here to respond to any questions you may have after my presentation. Mike Moskowitz, the manager of the Needham Gateway LLC, and hopefully joining us, if not already on the line, Wayne Kiefner, who is a senior project engineer at BSC Group, the parking engineer consultants, who prepared the parking evaluation that was submitted as part of our application. I don't see Wayne on the line, but presumably he will join us before I finish. As a bit of background, in 2006.
Hold on, can you hold on for just a second?
Sure,
Because I do see
sure.
Wayne in the
Mhm.
attendees, so
Mhm.
Alex, if you can bring Wayne Kiefner over. He is here for this
Thank you.
project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Wayne is with us.
Thank you. Hello, Wayne. Welcome.
Thank you.
So by way of background, in 2006, the special permit was issued for the center at 100-120 Highland Ave, approving the installation of a single 6-foot-high outdoor dumpster enclosure near the center of the parking lot. Over time, it has become apparent that the volume of cardboard materials was overwhelming the single dumpster and requiring an inordinate number of visits by the trash disposal contractor. As a result, sometime around 2010, without realizing that the prior approval of this board was required, the applicant installed 3 additional dumpsters for cardboard products only in an enclosure located along the rear of the building at 100 Highland Avenue. As a result of an abutter complaint, the existence of the additional dumpster enclosure was recently brought to the attention of the building commissioner, who issued a letter to the applicant on or about December 10 of 2021, citing the need to obtain the planning board's approval of the additional dumpster enclosure. Immediately upon the receipt of that letter, I personally contacted Commissioner Roach by telephone and assured him that an application seeking approval for the additional dumpsters would be filed with the planning board in short order. Commissioner Roach has confirmed this conversation in a recent email to Lee Newman, in which he also confirmed, and I quote, "I agreed to allow them to leave the dumpster until the decision was rendered by the board." I thank Lee Newman for sharing that email with the rest of the board to set the record straight.
Rick, can I interrupt you for a minute, please? Because I just remembered a procedural matter that I forgot to do, if I may.
Sure.
We are required to read the public notice into the record unless the board moves to dispense with that. So
Mr. Chair, I move that we waive the reading of the notice of hearing.
thank you. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to waive the reading of the public notice. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Gene McKnight,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs. You're on mute, Marty.
Aye, thank you.
Thank you. Natasha Espada, you're also on mute. Thank you.
Aye.
And Adam Block,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. So we have waived the reading of the notice. Rick, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please continue.
That's quite all right. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I will not repeat what I just recently finished
That's
stating.
fine. Yep.
Okay. The request for the approval of the additional dumpsters was discussed at great length on February 15 at a planning board meeting at that time, based on a previously filed application for a minor modification. As a result of concerns that were raised at that hearing, the applicant agreed to withdraw its application for minor modification and to resubmit a formal application for an amendment to the special permit authorizing the placement of the additional dumpster enclosure with the 3 additional dumpsters therein. In the interim, the applicant agreed to, and in fact did, cease the utilization of the additional dumpsters and padlock the enclosure door. As an aside, in part due to the closure of the additional dumpsters, the frequency of trash pickup has been increased from twice a week to 3 times a week for that single dumpster. However, this past week on Monday and Tuesday, there were cars parked in front of the dumpster corral and the pickup was not able to be made. This underscores the need for the additional dumpsters. There are already signs in the parking lot restricting certain spots so they not be used before 10 a.m., for this precise purpose. Mr. Moskowitz will enhance that signage because apparently it is not working appropriately. Meanwhile, as a result of the combination of the overloading of the existing dumpster and the missed pickups, the dumpster was completely filled and trash was placed on the side of the dumpster within the corral, not in the parking lot, but nonetheless, it should have been picked up. While the compactor was emptied this morning due to a miscommunication with the dispatcher, the driver failed to pick up the excess trash along the sides of the corral. When this was discovered earlier today, the contractor was contacted But since he had no trucks in the area, the best he could do was agree to come back tomorrow morning to make the additional pickup. It has also come to our attention that a demolition dumpster was placed along a portion of the parking lot abutting the residential neighbors utilized by Omaha Steaks during its demolition and its vacation of the premises, which is ongoing. This was pointed out by an abutter, and we're grateful that it was. This was in direct contravention to the specific written instructions that were provided to Omaha Steak by Mr. Moskowitz.
Okay, thanks.
And as soon as he learned of the violation, he contacted the tenant and extracted a promise to abide by the prior instruction and has been assured that that dumpster will be removed tomorrow morning. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience that this caused the neighborhood. As a result of the discussion on February 15, the consensus appeared to be that to mitigate interference with a residential neighborhood, the additional dumpster enclosure should be located near the rear of the site, adjacent to the commercial abutter near the 2nd Street boundary. The proposed location is shown on a plan that was submitted with the application on the shared, and it should be on the shared screen if Mr. Moskowitz is able to technically do that. God bless him. So Mike, would you just put your cursor on the location, which is a red rectangle? And if you would, by frame of reference, show where the existing and only compactor is at the moment. No, that's the old one, the one that's there now. Yep. Okay. And you might as well finish what you were doing and show where the dumpster had been for the last 10 or so years. The new enclosure will be comprised of the same PVC material previously approved for the fence that abuts the property behind Highland Terrace and will measure approximately 9 feet by 21 feet with a height of 6 feet. It will contain up to 3 additional dumpsters exclusively for the disposal of cardboard products and no organics. To ensure the proper utilization of the additional dumpsters, the applicant has adopted a regulation applicable to all tenants, which has been distributed to each and every one of them, prohibiting the use of the additional dumpsters for anything except the disposal of cardboard products. Those rules and regulations have the force of a lease provision, the failure to adhere to which is a default under the lease. Additionally, the contract with the trash disposal contractor prohibits the use of those additional dumpsters for anything except the disposal of cardboard products. The applicant is requesting the approval of this board to the installation and maintenance of the enclosure and the additional dumpsters in the requested location as a modification to the special permit as required by section 7.4 of the zoning bylaw and section 4.2 of the special permit. Now, the additional enclosure will eliminate one of the existing parking spaces, reducing the total number of spaces from 97 to 96. In the original special permit, the board approved a waiver from 127 to 97 parking spaces. As a result, the applicant is also seeking that the special permit be further amended by the issuance of a secondary special permit modification pursuant to section 5.1.1.5, modifying the existing parking waiver to allow only 96 parking spaces for the center and confirming the existing waiver in the special permit as to the requirements of section 5.1.3 of the bylaw as to said spaces. A letter has been submitted as part of our application from BSC Group dated February 28, 2022, which concluded as follows, and I quote, "The reduction of one existing parking space to a total available parking count of 96 will accommodate the expected peak demand of the proposed change of uses. It should be noted that in reaching this conclusion, and the conclusion reached in the primary evaluation to which this is a supplement, BSC Group had assumed in its analysis that the FW Web building at 120 Highland would be occupied by X-Golf. However, as we will discuss shortly, X-Golf has now withdrawn its application. In addition, to address a concern raised by neighbors that unauthorized use of the dumpsters was occurring after normal business hours. The applicant has undertaken to padlock the main dumpster after normal business hours and will agree to do the same with respect to the additional dumpster enclosure. This concludes my formal presentation. However, Mr. Keithner is here from BSC Group to answer any parking-related questions, and Mr. Moskowitz is here to answer any other questions you may have concerning this matter. And I thank you all for your time and attention.
Before we move on, I would just like to ask one quick question, Mr. Mann, which is, you said that the dumpsters are being padlocked after normal business hours. Will you please define that specifically as to what hours you're defining as normal business hours for the dumpsters to be open and not padlocked?
Sure, I'll let
The
Mr.
dumpster-
Moskowitz.
The dumpsters are locked by Panera Bread at night between 10 and 11 o'clock. And then they're open by Panera Bread at 7:30 in the morning.
Thank you.
Panera Bread's open, I believe, till 10 or 11. So it's after they close, but that's the schedule.
Thank you. Before I ask the planning board members if they have any comments, I will read into the record the comments that we got from the town departments. And before I do that, this is a public hearing, and so we will take public comment. I invite the attendees who wish to speak to use the raise hand button on their Zoom. I believe that my list of attendees will show the raised hands in the order in which they're raised. And so I'm going to go with the order as shown on my screen when we get to public comment. We did get a letter dated March 10th from Thomas Ryder, the acting town engineer, who states that the Public Works Department has no comment or objection to this proposed modification. We have an email from John Schlittler, the police chief. Police has no issues. We have an email from Dennis Condon, the fire chief. The fire department is okay with this plan. We have an email from Tara Gurge, the assistant public health director of the Public Health Division. The Public Health Division reviewed the request for this Needham Gateway project to relocate the recycling dumpsters, and we have no additional comments to share at this time. I will also mention now, because I believe I only have one correspondence in the file, and this was posted with the materials, an email from Elizabeth Caponia, one of the neighbors. Residents are in agreement that it is best that all dumpsters are to be grouped together at the pre-existing dumpster center island of the Panera Gateway Shopping Center. Due to the fact that it is such a noisy and protracted procedure to service the dumpsters, we request that no dumpster servicing occurs on weekends or holidays and not before 9 a.m. I thought it was agreed to at our last public planning board meeting, the construction dumpsters. Well, this is a comment about the construction dumpsters, and Mr. Mann has already addressed that complaint. And then complaining about stray trash and garbage, and some pictures were provided about litter on the site. So with that, I will ask in order of the pictures that are on my screen, whether the planning board members have any questions or comments. So I'll start with Jean McKnight.
Yes, I have a question, two questions, and then maybe a comment. My first question is, I'd like to be reminded of what uses, what tenants are currently on the property, And I realize that a separate application, you're applying for a medical type use. And just by, by reference to the site plan that's provided in the two different buildings, Panera Bread is still there. And what else, what other tenants are there?
Mike, you want to respond?
Yes, please. Yes. So currently is Panera Bread, Omaha Steaks, Supercuts, Geico, and FWM.
Okay, and Geico,
Geico,
right?
And
Let's see,
camera management.
Geico is an insurance company, is that right?
Yes, they're an insurance agency. Yes, and there's one other tenant. There's an office behind Omaha and Supercuts that faces Highland Ave, and that's occupied by Hammer Management. Mr. Hammer is the owner of the Panera franchisee.
Okay, so the only, I don't know about, excuse me.
May I just interrupt just with a point of clarification? There's a second building. I'm not sure you mentioned FW Web in the second building. I just want to.
Oh, right, I want to include both buildings. So FW Web is still there in the second.
Hey, they're
building.
there, but they're only there, Gene, they're only there till the end of this month.
Oh, till end of month. Is that where the
Yeah.
a medical is gonna, might
No.
go? No.
No, it
okay.
isn't.
Oh, okay, but we don't know yet who will replace FW.
That is correct.
Okay, so presently, it seems as though Panera Bread, I'm not sure about Omaha Steaks. That's not a restaurant. That's a retailer of meats, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So Panera Bread, it seems, would be most likely to be generating the trash other than the cardboard type products. Is that right? So the dumpster, I would just want to confirm that the dumpster enclosure that's in the center of the parking lot, or in the center rear of the parking lot, is the one that will be used for food and that sort of thing.
That's correct.
Okay. And so the one that we're talking about, of course, will be used for the, all right. Presently, I didn't see in the materials that came to us a copy of the current special permit. What is the regulation in that special permit for limitations on the time of emptying the existing dumpster?
I believe,
Well,
I'm sorry, the existing time is not before 8:30. And
Not
it
before
is-
8, okay.
And that's correct. And I believe it's also 6 days a week, including Saturday, not Sunday.
Days a week. All right,
Yes.
thank you.
Chair, do I have that right?
Yeah, so that basically that was in the base permit, and Gene, the hours, I think as Rick said, are 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. I think Monday through Saturday, not at all on Sundays and holidays.
All right, thank you for clarifying that. Those were my questions. And a reason for asking about the time of, is I want to make sure the times we're talking about are reasonable. I see that in a butter particularly asked that be addressed. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jane. Marty Jacobs, you have any questions or comments?
Just a couple quick things. In your list of current occupants, you didn't mention Rafi Nova. What is their status?
They are subletting just for a couple of months from Geico. They have not needed, Geico has decided they have excess space, and the space is actually on the market to lease. So they're just the tenant at will there for a few months.
Okay, so you're permitting that as the landlord, or do you have any say over that?
We allowed them to sublet, yes.
Okay. Do we know what their parking demand is? Or you're not
It's very-
concerned about it because it's only a couple of months?
First of all, it's only a couple of months, and their parking, it's mostly office and office-related tasks. They do have a small retail portion, but they have very few retail customers coming in. They were very big in the mass business, and as you can imagine, the mass business has declined rapidly over the last few months. So
Yep.
they will probably be out in March, April, May, probably by the end of June.
Okay,
And there are 2 people that work.
okay. Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Okay. Adam Block, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you. I do, Mr. Chair. I have a few things. I will say, I guess, Rick, that I appreciate that you called out the deficiencies about the current dumpster arrangement. One in the center aisle, it being overflowed and not having been picked up. I attended the site today. I took photos, which I would share, but I understand that Panera's products are, they have paper cups and so on. And I don't know if that's regarded as recyclable or if it's food garbage, but I did see a considerable amount of food garbage outside of the garbage bin. I understand what you're saying, that the garbage collection company, that person that day messed up and didn't get, the 5 or 10 bags, whatever it is, on the side, but still inside the corral. I did not see or observe garbage and litter on this elsewhere on the site. I did see the garbage contained in the dumpster. I am disappointed, though, that the landowner had for 10 years installed oats, which was in contravention, as you noted, of the special permit, a second dumpster. I understand that there was demand for a special for an additional dumpster, but for 10 years that went on without any kind of approval or permission. And then we had very specific requirements about where to place, the construction dumpster, and it went precisely in the place that we prohibited expressly. And I understand, Rick, that you acknowledge that that was a deficiency, and Mike, you took the action, with the tenant when you became aware of it. I think given the sensitivity of rodents and litter and the highlight of the trash issue over the last couple of months, I think that this has been before us, that frankly, Mike, we would have expected a higher level of management, hands-on management, that when that dumpster was placed on site, that it would have been placed in the area specifically that we required it. I was disappointed to see today where it was placed. I do understand that was an oversight, but there have been several significant oversights about garbage on this property, and I think that has alarmed a number of the residents. So I want to make sure that we resolve this once and for all, and that we're accommodating for the proper disposal of garbage for all tenants, short-term, long-term, whatever the case may be, waste, solid waste, liquid waste, and recyclables. I understand that you're also looking in the new plan, the new site plan that you've drawn up, in this, you've identified where the new recycle cardboard dumpster will be. What is the measurement of that area? Do you know, Mike or Rick?
The enclosure itself is 19 by 21 with a 6-foot height. Excuse me, 9 by 21 with a 6-foot height.
And what is the area of one parking spot?
Almost identical to that.
And you intend to put 3 dumpsters in that location, is that correct?
It's
2 to 3. It should fit. Am I on mute?
No, you're being heard.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm sorry. It should fit 3. It might be a little tight, so we might go with 2 and 3 pickups, but the way it's drawn out, it will fit 3. The dumpsters aren't that big.
And do you know what the dimensions of the existing dumpster is in the center aisle of that corral?
I do not know it off the top of my head.
Would it seem reasonable to you that it measured 14 feet approximately by 13 feet?
If you took a measure, I'm not sure what the dimensions are.
So a concern I have is whether that one spot is going to be sufficient, given the size of the fencing, the space you need within the fencing, and the two dumpsters. Because from what I observed, you've got a 14 by 13 foot area that has one dumpster in it, with several feet next to it. And that from my math, I'm not convinced that one parking spot's going to do it. I think that you might, if you're going to have two dumpsters, I think you're probably going to end up with two parking spots. And for the record, I would let the board know that I would, notwithstanding the tenants that you intend, Mike, to have, new tenants you intend to attract into the site, I would be prepared to have a waiver, of instead of one parking spot, an additional parking spot, to two. I just want to make sure parking has been a problem. Sorry, trash has been a problem in this site for years. I want to make sure that we cure this now, we cure it properly for the long term. Would it seem reasonable to you that we ought to utilize a larger area than just one parking spot?
So the cardboard dumpsters are not the size of the dumpster that's in the corral. I mean, I've measured it out. It's been drawn out in a 9 by 21, and it fits 3 dumpsters. They're much smaller. I do have the dimensions. I just don't, because I analyzed it so that I can make sure they fit in one spot. I mean, I appreciate your offer of a waiver of 2 spots, but one spot one spot will house the required number of dumpsters that we need.
My last comment, I guess.
Adam, let me ask a question on that issue.
Sure.
Okay. Is the enclosure and the dumpsters that you're talking about equivalent to what's being replaced that you had before at the rear of the building? Is it the
Yes,
same
I
size?
forget the dimensions of that, but I think it's just slightly smaller.
Slightly
So
smaller.
just smaller, but there was a lot of there was more
Excess area.
I mean, I just built that to square off, to the building.
Okay.
At that point. So, I mean, I've
So
drawn it. I'm going to look while we're talking to see if I have the layout that was designed, but
it's roughly equivalent. It's roughly equivalent to what was being replaced.
yes,
Okay.
it's a
Thank
little
you.
small.
In terms of capacity.
Thank you, Adam, for letting me bring that in.
I mean, so I observed that space where there was where the cardboard bins typically where they had been before. There were 3, and like Mike has just identified, there was an excess area. In other words, it was overbuilt, but that was done aesthetically, so there was an excess area of space. I'm personally, Mike, I'm a little suspect of the measurement that 3 dumpsters and enough room to be able to maneuver to access those dumpsters is sufficient in 9 by 21. I do note that that's 189 square feet. The 13 by 14 measurement is 182 square feet, which is 7 square feet less than what I think you're proposing. But
Excuse me, 1 second. You're using the wrong dimension for the cardboard dumpsters. It's not 14 by 13. That is a huge dumpster that's in the main corral. The other ones are, I don't know, I think they're 2 yard. They're on wheels.
yes,
I'm looking while we're talking, but I do have the dimensions, and I mean, I'm comfortable with the 1 spot at this point. That will handle our needs.
So the other comment, I guess, that one of the neighbors had mentioned was a preference to actually re-site this next to the other existing dumpster corral. But my comment, I guess, to the board is in the process of doing that, we're actually going to have, additional rubbish closer to the neighbors by doing that. The intent of siting it at this location on the site plan was to keep it as far away as possible from the residents. Looks like you're going to show us something.
Yeah, I just want to bring the plan back up because I want to show that the spot closest to the existing corral
It's too
more of a
small.
compact space. So
Yes.
and I would then have to take 2 spaces.
Right. And it's also
And
closer.
it's closer
That's
to the
also
neighborhood.
close to the residences, right?
Exactly my point.
Yeah, exactly.
Excuse me, Adam, can I just ask a quick question based on what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah.
No, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I just wanted to say, is there I think we need a floor, what I'm getting, I guess what I'm hearing from Adam and what I also would like is a floor plan of a blow-up floor plan of what you're proposing to put in there, because I think we're both concerned, and maybe more of us are concerned, that you're building something too small that will have, dumpsters outside of it again. And we feel like we just, showing us the red dot for location is fine, but we need a blow-up plan showing how many dumpsters, how do you access it, and to make sure that it fits, because otherwise you can build it and it could spill out of it because you don't have enough space to adequately hold all of the cardboard.
All right, just if you give me a moment, I'll try and pull that up.
While you're doing that, if I could second what just been said and kind of add to it, I'm concerned about how the trucks that come to empty the dumpsters, how do they approach the dumpsters? From the side, that is the long side, that's along the parking space next to it? Or would they be coming and just essentially blocking the entrance? And I think of that as the main entrance, having shopped at that men's store that used to be there for gifts and so forth, the entrance off Second Avenue. How would the truck pull up and open the gates of the enclosure? I think we need a sketch of what's proposed here and a little more information on that.
Can you put that back up, the site plan?
Okay.
Can you guys see it now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess you don't see my cursor, but the truck will come in and basically block these 2 or 3 spots here, 2 or 3, 4 spots. They're there for about 10 minutes or less, and they'll empty the dumpster out of the corral into the truck. Truck then picks it up.
So the entrance that one opens to get at the dumpsters inside the corral is on the side, just where you're showing there. Okay.
Yes.
And so somehow those spaces, at the time the truck comes, those spaces would have to be unoccupied in order to accommodate that.
Well, even if they're occupied and somebody comes back, the driver will move his truck. I mean, he has 3 dumpsters.
That can be worked out, huh? Okay.
I don't see that as an operational issue at all.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the explanation. Just wanted to understand how it would work.
All right. I'm going to spend a minute to look for that.
Were you able to find, no, you're still looking?
Yeah, I got to.
Okay.
Mike, while you're looking that up, just to clarify what you're saying to Jean, that in the event these parking spaces 2, 3, and 4, for instance, were occupied, which they may not likely be every time when the dumpster pickup happens, but if they happen to be occupied, you're saying these doors can swing open and the people in the truck can wheel out the dumpster and bring it into the truck and load it into the truck and then wheel it back in?
Yes. So the doors would be, move your cursor toward my black arrow there. Yeah, the doors are going to be right there.
So the
The
doors will
doors?
be,
Where?
The entry to the corral will be where Adam's cursor is.
Oh,
so the entry
I
would be
thought
here.
I thought you just said that they would be on the long side, adjacent to the parking spaces.
No, I'm sorry if you misunderstood me, but because
Oh, you're
then you
saying the
wouldn't-
truck would
then you-
park there. The
Right.
truck would
Right.
park there,
No,
but they would get them out of the front. Okay, I
Now,
And
understand.
furthermore, and for further clarity, Gene, he's saying that in the event that these spots here are occupied,
Mhm,
that he may park here.
Right.
mhm.
I say
Right.
he, but it could be a she. The driver could park here, open from here to access the 2 or 3 bins, wheel it over to the truck, load it in and unload it and put it back into the corral.
Okay, so having lived across the street from a commercial establishment for many years, it's the dumpsters that get picked up early in the morning by trucks that lift them and clang, 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 that create a problem in the neighborhood. These will be humanly lifted and put in the truck?
No, they are wheeled out to the truck and then the driver attaches the cable. So it's not the noise that you're referring to where they lift it up and dump it overhead. That is how the dumpster in the middle is picked up.
Yeah, it would have to be,
Yeah.
Okay, so this is less noisy than the other
Yes.
dumpster in being empty. Okay, that's a helpful explanation. Was there something you were finding to show us?
I'm trying to, but I can't get to my file, Adam, because of the share screen. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Okay, if you just give me a minute here. I can put my fingers on it that quickly. I'm just trying.
If each of those dumpsters for recycling materials is 5 feet by 6 feet, that's 30 square feet. Times 3 is 90 square feet. In a space that I think you're proposing, that's 189 square feet. So
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
that's twice as much space as the area, the volume consumed by the actual dumpsters themselves.
Right, but
Presuming
you need
that they're
circulation
5
around it, Adam. You need circulation around them.
Right.
So they need to show us the layout. I think we don't want to design it for them, but I think we have issue. I think there are several issues we brought up and we just need to see it designed and planned.
So I think that's right. So is that clear, Rick and Mike, of what we're looking for to
Yeah,
grant?
I think that's fine. Mike, if you can't find it, we certainly can put one together. And,
No, I have it. I just forget where I put it and what I named it, but basically it was going to be 3 dumpsters, the length of the parking spot. Okay, so in other words, from front to back, 3 dumpsters, and then your walkway is on the side of the dumpsters. Okay, and they're top loading dumpsters, so you can stand at one end and you don't have to have access around both sides of the dumpsters because that's not the way it was in the other location either.
So if we absolutely need a sketch plan that shows the particular dumpsters and everything about them, that would mean we'd have to postpone the hearing, continue the hearing, that is, until we have that plan. But I'm wondering whether we could make a decision or, and have conditions that, in a decision that dictate the size of the dumpsters within, within that dumpster space. That's, the dumpster space is clearly shown, although it'd be good if it showed actual, 9 by 21 or whatever it is. But can't we make those conditions, or do we need to see this? Finally we have something. Okay.
So you were saying, Mike, were you saying it's a 4-yard?
So 2-yard, are you pulling that? Let me check my email. It's a 2-yard dumpster, I believe.
So it's a 2-yard dumpster. Okay, and there's
Hold
2
on.
or 3 of them.
Right.
So I'm going to do a little bit of math here on the fly. So one is 4 feet. So it's 4 feet. It's 4 feet by 7 feet.
What's 4 feet? Where's the 4 feet?
So it's 53 inches tall by,
53 inches tall. Yes, so it's 43 inches wide.
53 inches, no, it's,
53 inches is the height.
sorry, 40, right. I apologize. Thank you for the clarity. So,
Just under 7 feet wide.
yeah, so it's roughly 3 by 7, which is 28 square feet. So it was close to my 30 square feet per
Or 3.5,
dumpster.
Yeah, 3.5 by
So-
7.
There should be plenty of room.
That,
Yeah.
that, that would support, that would
I
support
apologize.
the dimensions.
Those are my questions for now. I'm satisfied that this 9 feet by 21 feet spot will be sufficient.
I am also
Yep.
satisfied with the arrangements for access to it.
Natasha, do you have any comments or questions?
I guess, I mean, I just wish we had a plan that showed how they were gonna be accommodated and and then I am concerned, like Jean was, of you're pulling these things out and you're stopping traffic. So I guess my question is, how often do the dumpsters get serviced?
Twice a week. I mean, no matter where the dumpsters are located, they have to be pulled, the truck has to be in the parking lot.
No, I understand, but this is the entrance to the parking lot, so you're gonna have a queuing issue going in and going out, right? For that amount of
Well,
time.
no, because the entrance, if you look carefully, the entrance is aimed a little bit to the left, okay, and you actually have to like bear right a little bit to go down those spots. So, I'll make sure that he's down a few spots. I mean,
Out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, so that he's out of the way.
Out of
He
the way.
obviously. By the way, Adam, I do have the dimensions here. I just got them. I mean, I pulled up what you gave me. So they're 39 inches by 80 inches.
So a little bit smaller than what we just had up. Okay.
Right.
And
So
you're acquiring 3?
we currently operate 3, yes. But they would be stacked. I'm still going to look for the diagram because I do have it, but I apologize.
Yeah, I
didn't-
just want to make sure that we don't have issues where these dumpsters are, you build this thing and most of them are outside of it and
No, there would be no dumpsters outside of the corral. I mean,
I know, but I think there've been a lot of issues with, the history of this has not been, I don't know, it's been a little disappointing. So I just want to make sure that if you build this thing and we're telling you that it's okay, that it actually does work. That's why I think we need a plan of it, and then just making sure that the servicing of it is, it's sensitive to the residential neighbors in the area.
Natasha,
so I'm happy to supply a plan. I would hope not to have to postpone the hearing so that we can get this in motion.
Natasha and Lee, Natasha, would you be satisfied if, pending any additional comment from the abutters, which may influence our decision, but in the absence of that, would you be okay if we close the hearing subject to the review and our satisfaction of that plan, showing the space for the dumpster, the traffic flow and relationship to the existing dumpster on the site?
I would be okay with that. And then just also the service, when it would be serviced, that was something that was brought up by the neighbors. Make sure, that we have documentation for service hours.
It's serviced after 8:30, and in both corrals, there are signs to the driver. And years ago, we did have an issue, but I think that they're very compliant now. And there are signs in both corrals and in the new corral that the driver cannot pick it up before 8:30. And the main dumpsters.
I'm sorry, and the hours of service are set forth in the existing special permit, as we discussed earlier.
But the fact is that because I have to limit parking in front of the main dumpster, so that dumpster is picked up every day between 8:30 and 10.
Main dumpsters picked up every day, and these ones would be picked up.
I'm sorry, when it's picked up between 8:30 and 10. In other words, after 10 o'clock, people are allowed to park in front of that, so.
Okay.
So I'm inclined to not close the hearing, but to continue the hearing and ask that, that our staff prepare a proposed decision so that at the next meeting, we can review the plan that you're talking about. And by keeping the hearing open, it will give the neighbors an opportunity to respond. If we close the hearing, then the neighbors won't have an opportunity to respond to what we're seeing at the next meeting. But if we can look at it, be satisfied with it, let the neighbors have an opportunity to comment on it, and we have a draft decision so that hopefully we can close the hearing and approve the decision on the same night. Because we're not going to have a decision, we don't have a decision for tonight anyway. That's.
Mr. Chair, when is the next hearing date?
2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks from tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
That's,
Certainly fine with the applicant.
thank
I
you.
would still hear tonight, though, during this public hearing, if there's other comments from the.
Oh, of course. I'm about to get there, Adam, because I think we're done with the comments from the planning board, unless anybody would like to. And so, so far I only have one hand raised, and that is Janice Epstein. So Alex, if you would bring Ms. Epstein over, we can hear from her. Ms. Epstein, I believe you have to unmute yourself. Thank you and welcome. Nice to see you.
Hello, I'm Janice Epstein, 75 Highland Terrace, and Town Meeting Member J. First of all, I just want to mention that quite a few of us have had trouble getting into the link that was posted for this, and we were able to get in by just opening Zoom and putting in the code, which I'll state because I don't know how many people are watching on the Needham Channel that could not get into the Zoom. So if you put in 826-5899-3198, and that code is also on the email, you should be able to get in. I don't know how many people are on the Zoom. Can you see that? Or...
Well, we have in the list of attendees, we have 25 attendees
Okay.
listed. One of whom is on the telephone, and the others are all, well, then we've got two of the Needham Channel and the Needham Channel backup, and one on the phone. So we have 22 people plus yourself, because you're not on that list now.
Okay, and I know there's at least two people that are trying to raise their hand. I just wanted to mention an easy fix to the trash problem is I noticed where the old trash was next to FW Web, that's now locked. The piece of fence that connects those trash compactors to the property residential fences is at an angle. And it's at least half a foot off the ground. Yep. So that right there, where your arrow is right below it, you're right there. There's a gigantic space where literally, as the picture showed you, cups, what have you, from Panera, and unfortunately condoms and different disgusting things are flowing down the street. So if that could be patched up, that would be a help, as well as maintaining the fence that borders the residential homes. Snow has been pushed against that fence and it's in danger of being pushed over. So I wanted to mention that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what's in danger of being pushed over?
The fence, yes, where that arrow is, that's borders the houses, and that fence was put up by Mr. Moskowitz when these buildings were first created in order to protect the neighborhood. We just want to make sure that they stay maintained.
Is,
You just put an arrow in where she's talking about, because I'm not following that.
So I think, Janice, you're talking about this area here of the fence, is that correct?
The whole area.
So
That whole.
I attended the site today and walked the length of the fence, and I did not notice, I didn't notice any dilapidation in the PVC or any leaning of the structure. There is an angle here, I think, because of the topography a bit. This, I understand, it looked to be abandoned. I took photos inside because I couldn't get into it because it was locked as we asked them to. But when I took my phone and went over and reached over the fence, I did see that this was abandoned, and that's going to continue to be abandoned. Is that right, Mike?
Well, actually, since the fence and the fence from the property line and the corral is not permitted, it would need to come down. So that fence is not
Has to come down.
permitted by the planning board.
But this area here where the dumpsters were, which is near the site of the unsightly garbage was discovered by the residents. This corral is abandoned currently and will continue and forever to be abandoned.
It's coming down, he says, because.
Yes. Well, for the
taking it away, right?
Yes.
Correct.
There was always
Demolish it,
a
remove it.
there was always a fence that went to the neighbors.
No, there was not. I don't mean to interrupt, but the fence was put up, actually, partly, the fence was mostly put up because people from Highland Terrace were walking up the hill into the property. And so I didn't really need the fence for the corral, but I put it up to help the trash issue. And yes, maybe the fence is a little high, but maybe the dirt eroded. But either way, I mean, whatever the planning board decides they want me to do, if they want me to leave it, I'll leave it. If they want me to take it out, I'll take it out.
Well, it sounds like the reason why you put up the fence has not changed. That the
Are we speaking of a fence that's, there's a line that's marked 23.9 feet back from the number 100 building to what looks like a fence. Is that the fence we're talking about?
No, that's a setback line, but the fence, I believe, is in that approximate position. Or
Okay,
unless it
that's
comes
a
off where
setback
the
line,
arrow is.
but you see there's something that looked like fence posts?
here.
Those are the. fence
There are
between
4
the
of them.
properties. Yes, there is a
So
fence.
is that the fence we're talking about?
there. No. I'm talking
No.
about a fence that goes along that setback line. That goes from the property line, Adam, yeah, perfect. No, go to the property line. The other way, down. So the fence goes from the property line more up toward the rectangle, I believe. Yeah, a little to the right.
Oh, you mean
So-
that goes like this?
Yeah,
And it's
just
not
on-
shown on the plan. That fence is not shown on the plan.
Not sure.
Okay.
That's just the.
And it's going to be removed.
Well, that's the question.
Is that right?
That's what's being asked, Gene.
Uh-huh. Okay.
If it's part of the enclosure that was put up without approval, then it technically needs to come down. If it's not, and it was prior approved in the prior, the prior site plan, then it can stay. But
It's
what I'm
not
hearing
prior.
Mike say is he'll do it either way. If you want to approve it, then he'll keep it.
Well, I think you said you put up the fence to stop people from walking through so that the actual fence can stay. The enclosure doesn't need to.
In other words,
Wow.
Janice, you're proposing to keep this section of fence that runs from my cursor towards the building, angles off, and stays along this line. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this section of the fence, Mike, would be, I guess, removed.
Moved.
Yeah, I'm looking for a picture that was taken a while back from the street because again, I'm willing to leave that piece of fence, but that piece of fence has to connect to something, okay?
Right.
So not knowing, because I'm not there at the site right now, not knowing exactly where that fence connects. But again, if the planning board wants a fence there, then, we can extend that fence and take down a piece of the corral.
We need to know whether that piece of fence we're talking about is already authorized.
No, it is not, Marty. It is not.
Okay.
Okay.
So I
May-
have a picture, I have a picture on my phone here. I can maybe share my screen if I send it to it, but the fence that runs from Mr. Negosian's property line seems to be in line with the back of the corral. So I could take down the front of the corral and the side of the corral and leave that fence in the back end of the corral. And there'd be a fence from Mr. Negosian's property line to the building.
Can you guys see it on my screen here, the photo?
No.
Not yet.
Okay,
No.
hold on, you will.
I'm gonna email this to me and then try and share it.
I can share this. This will be fine. Can you see it
Yeah,
here?
there you go. Yeah. That's
So you're
it.
gonna remove this and
Right.
remove that, but you're gonna
Right.
keep this part and the part in the back of it.
That's correct.
I understand.
And which,
Right.
and
May
which
I ask
part-
Ms. Epstein a question about that?
Mhm.
I want to understand, is it advantageous to abutters to have that fence, or do you not care?
It's advantageous for us to have that fence
Okay, just want to clarify that. Thank you.
because there's people that just are parking in the lot, doing things, and it would just help with trash and with what people are not supposed to be doing back there.
Okay.
So I think in general, it would be great to have the larger plan indicating what's remaining, what's new, and then a blow up of the area with the dumpsters, please.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm assuming that the plan doesn't have to be done by an architect or an engineer. I can point it out on the plan and highlight it all.
It just has to be accurate. It has to be dimensioned and accurate.
Okay.
Okay.
John Negosian is trying to talk. He's, if you can,
Well, I've got two other people here, Elizabeth Caponia and Derek
Okay.
Wade with their hands raised.
okay, go ahead. Thank you
So-
for your time.
Well, thank you, Ms. Epstein. So Elizabeth Caponia. Alex, if you could bring Ms. Caponia over.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, great. There was one thing that I wanted.
Please state your name and address.
Oh,
please.
I'm sorry. Elizabeth Caponia, 27 Highland Terrace, town meeting member, precinct J. So there was one issue that has existed for years, is that the property has a cleaning crew that comes, once or twice a week, and they have these very powerful leaf blowers. And unfortunately, what they do is they blow all the trash and debris. It forces it underneath the fencing and it hits into our backyards. So right now, they didn't do this in the last few days. It was the wind. We've had high winds. That's why an inordinate amount of trash came our way. But normally it's their employees, their cleaning crew that causes this. So I think this needs to be addressed. They cannot, I mean, I had a similar problem with the parking lot next to it, but it was resolved. They never now will blow anything our way. But this problem needs to be resolved with the cleaning crews.
What are they cleaning? They're cleaning the parking lot?
Yes, these parking lots are groomed just like a golf course. They come in with all sorts of machinery, and it blows the dirt, it blows the leaves, it blows everything. Theoretically, they should blow it into a pile and then scoop it up into their trucks. But what they like to do, because it's easier, they just blow it to the residences.
How often does this happen, Ms. Caponia?
Well, right now in the wintertime, you don't see them that much because, it's more like plowing services and whatnot. But when it's, let's say 9 months of the year, I would say at least twice a week. At least. And they come by early in the morning, and if you have your bedroom window open, you got to really shut it quickly because all the dirt blows in.
How early is early?
Oh, about 7 o'clock. Sometimes they come earlier and get themselves established, and then they start, I believe, at 7.
So is one solution that, well, I don't know how we can legislate this, but Mike, can you have your, I'm going to share my screen again. Can you speak to your the maintenance crew that cleans up the parking lot, that instead of blowing debris along this fence, they blow it down towards this area here, and then they can pile it up and clean it from here?
Well, it should just not be blown off the property.
Well, I'm not saying it be blown off the property. I think there is a natural amount. There is, like as she was saying, when the wind blows, it can carry debris in itself. But they do have to be able to clean the beds, and they have to be able to clean these parking spots. And it's normal that they're going to use some kind of the blowers, like a leaf blower, to do that. But instead of blowing it into the direction of the fence, into the direction of these residents, instead to require that they blow it, towards, the commercial neighbor, and then they can clean it up from this area.
Well, here's my thought. I don't think we should tell the cleanup crew the best way to do it, other than to say, you can't blow anything onto neighboring properties.
Right.
Figure out a way to do it, keep it on that property. You shouldn't be dumping stuff on other people's property.
Agreed.
And let them figure out the best way to do it.
Sure.
Michael, you don't have any problem with that, do you?
No, I don't. I do not. I want to point out a couple things. One is the Google picture that Adam just showed. The tree line is much more dense. In fact, it's so dense that you really can't see the white fence. Okay, so there's a big buffer zone there. And I've been using this cleaning crew for a number of my buildings for a long time. And I find it hard that he intentionally blows things over the fence. Kind of hard to get it over the fence. I do agree that over by the cardboard dumpster where there is a couple, an inch or something showing there and it's downhill, that some of the wind, the wind may take that. But I will inform him and I will make sure it's in writing and he understands that. But when I've seen him there, they have a bucket and they have a broom and, I'm not saying something doesn't go over the fence. It's clearly not our intention. And in fact, when this came up a few months ago, I think maybe when we had our first public hearing, I had my cleaning crew go around on Highland Terrace and look for trash. And they really haven't found any. So I'm not disputing what the neighborhood's saying, but we are focused on making sure that our trash is our trash. And by the way, our trash in our lot, it is more composed of Starbucks cups and Dunkin' Donuts cups than Panera cups, because people come to the center, as in many shopping centers, and they empty their car when they get there. But nonetheless, it's my responsibility to have it picked up. And they are there at least twice a week. But I will instruct him very clearly to make sure that he does not blow it over the fence.
Or under the fence. Yeah.
Yeah, it's under the fence, under the fence.
Or under the fence, yes. That he will not blow onto the budding property. So.
Right.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Capone?
No, that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I see Derek Wade. So Alex, if you could bring Mr. Wade over. Mr. Wade, welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Derek Wade. I'm a resident over at 41 Riverside Street. I just wanted to offer a quick suggestion and maybe just kind of pose this as a question because I do not know what is possible. But as a newer resident to this street, it seems like one of the issues that we face is you have a dense residential neighborhood abutting a commercial property. And when I went over to that area, it is a very thin fence. And so the fence does not go very high. It does not go to the ground in some areas. And it certainly is not soundproof by any measure. And so when I look along the sides of the highways, I see these larger fence-like structures that, prevent sight and sound and would solve for the debris issue. And I wonder if the developer has considered any type of better barrier between the neighborhoods as a way to maybe alleviate some of the tension. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Mr. Moskowitz, would you like to comment to that?
We have not considered any other options. The option we had was approved. And I will just tell you now that we're in no financial position to be able to put up highway barriers in that location.
Mr. Wade, do you have any more comment or?
I don't have any further comment other than to just say that it just seems like a difficult situation for all parties, given the proximity of the residential properties. I'm not sure if the town supports anything like that, but I think without something like that, you're just going to continue to have these challenges in this neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I see Mr. John Negosian has his hand raised. Alex, if you could bring Mr. Negosian over.
Can we do video as well?
Mr. Negosian, you're muted. You have to unmute yourself, Mr. Negosian. Mr. Negosian, can you unmute yourself? We can't see you or hear you. Unfortunately, Mr. Negosian, we can't see or hear you. I believe we're going to continue the hearing, so if you want to put your comments in writing and send us an email, I can read it into the record at the next meeting when we continue the hearing.
He can also speak at the hearing if we don't close.
That's right.
Is there anyone else or is there a
No,
motion?
I'm not seeing any other hands raised.
Then I move that we continue this hearing to our next meeting, and the date of that meeting is, I'm looking for my calendar.
March 28th.
March 28th.
That's right. It's a Monday night. It's not 2 weeks from tonight. It's 2 weeks from last night. It's a Monday night.
So we
Okay.
continue this hearing to March 28th. And Lee Newman or Alex, will you suggest a time?
I'm going to suggest we have an extremely busy agenda that night. So if we're going to continue it to that night, I think we need to start this meeting at 7 o'clock and schedule this for 7 at 7.
7 o'clock.
Right, then I'll say that it's continued to 7 p.m. That's on that date. That's the motion.
Seconded.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll take the roll. Gene McKnight,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Adam Block.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. It's unanimous. The hearing is continued. Mr. Negosian, you can either come back on the 28th, or you can send us an email or a letter, or both.
Lee, for the record, what is the email address? Or Alex, what is the email address that Mr. Negosian can email the board?
It's planning@needhamma.gov. And I also just wanted to make sure that everyone knows that that Monday night meeting, we're going to have a different ID number. We've been recycling the same ID number for most of our meetings, but because of the night change, it's just going to be different. So just everyone keep an eye out for that ID number on the agenda.
Thanks, Alex.
If you would send Mr. Negosian back to the attendees, please. Because we're ready to move on to the next agenda item. It is now 8:37 and we are scheduled for our 7:30 public hearing. This is an amendment to the major project site plan special permit number 2005-07, CNC Golf LLC, property located at 100 and 120 Highland Avenue, regarding a request for a new principal use described as an indoor athletic facility providing computer simulated golf activities in the building. Before we get started, this will be quick because there's been a request made. May I have a motion to dispense with the reading of the public notice?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? I'll take the roll. Gene McKnight,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Adam Block,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye.
Mr. Chair, I move to dispense with to close the hearing, adjourn the hearing.
I think we just need a motion to accept the request to withdraw the application.
Right.
So
There's
moved.
been a request to withdraw the application, so we need a motion to accept the withdrawal.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Without prejudice.
Without prejudice.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
this is a public hearing, so is there anyone who wishes to comment on the golf club's request to withdraw their application? Mr. Negosian, you still have your hand raised. Do you wish to, If you do not wish to comment on the application to withdraw the application, please lower your hand. Otherwise, we will bring you over to hear your comment about the request to withdraw the application. We have a person with the hand raised, so Alex, please bring Mr. Negosian over. I hope, Mr. Negosian, you can unmute yourself. Mr. Negosian, you seem to be having problems communicating with us.
Technological problems.
There we go. We can now see two people, but we still don't have any audio. Mr. Negosian, we cannot hear you. Your connection says connecting to audio, and it continues to say connecting to audio.
Mr. Negosian, if you can hear me, it might be easier for you to dial in. I can give you a phone number that you can dial in. That phone number is 312-626-6799. Again, that number is 312-626-6799.
I don't see him calling in. I think he's had enough time to dial the phone. I don't see any other hands raised, so we have a motion. Do we have any further discussion from the board? Hearing none, let's take a vote on the motion to accept the application, the motion to accept the withdrawal of the application of CNC Golf LLC. Jean McKnight,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Adam Block.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. It's unanimous. So that application has been withdrawn. Alex, please move Mr. Negosian back over to the attendees. We are now-
Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification, as Ms. Newman indicated, that was a motion without prejudice. I just want to make sure that gets reflected in the minutes.
Thank you.
And there was a request regarding, to the extent possible, it'd be appreciated if the application fee could be refunded. I don't know if we've had any advertising expenses or significant staff time on this application, so that wouldn't be called for. Perhaps we could get a comment from our staff on that.
They covered the legal ads, so we didn't have any costs associated with that.
What about the application fee? Do you think that there was staff time put into this between the application or even prior to the application to the time of the request for withdrawal that would justify our keeping the fee?
I think the staff time, I think the only staff time that we put in was basically getting it, well, preparing the legal notices and then doing the distribution out to the different divisions, but they didn't actually conduct their reviews because we got notification of the withdrawal before they had actually done their reviews. So I would say there was limited or minimal staff time dedicated to it.
So Jean, do you want to make a motion?
Oh, yeah, under the circumstances, my motion is that the application fee be refunded.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on the motion to refund the application fee? Hearing none, I'll take a vote. Jean McKnight,
Aye.
I just want to correct myself. I guess they did conduct the reviews, but I'm not going to interrupt this motion.
thank you. Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Natasha Spada,
Aye.
Adam Block.
Aye.
The chair will vote aye. It's unanimous. So
Much appreciated, but I hope that will not be the only affirmative vote that we get tonight. So, thank you.
I was in
well,
Take that as by way of introduction.
let's move on to the next agenda item. Amendment to major project site plan special permit 2005-07. I think I've heard that number before. Carbon Health Medical Group of Florida Professional Association, PA, and Needham Gateway LLC are the petitioners for property located at 100 and 120 Highland Avenue regarding a request for a new principal use in the subject property described as a medical professional office, providing primary and walk-in medical care. May I have a motion to dispense with the reading of the public notice?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second by Adam Block. He got there first. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Jean McKnight,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Natasha Spada,
Aye.
Adam Block.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Mr. Mann, you have the floor.
Before I begin, I would appreciate it if you will allow Dr. Olufadahi into the platform or the dais.
Sure, say the name again.
Yes, his first name is Ayubami, Olufadahi.
Got it. Thanks.
Ayubami, do you want to put your video? There you go.
We are. Welcome,
Welcome.
sir.
Welcome. So my name again is still Rick Mann, and I am still the attorney for Needham Gateway, who is the co-applicant together with the Carbon Health Medical Group of Florida, PA, who I also represent for purposes of this hearing. With me this evening are the following individuals, some of whom you will hear from in their own presentation, and all of whom will be available for your questions. Mike Moskowitz, again, the manager of Needham Gateway LLC. Dr. Ayubami Olufadahi, Regional Director for Carbon Health, who will speak about Carbon Health's operations. And Wayne Keaton, who has been patiently waiting in the wings here from the BSC Group, the parking engineer consultants who prepared the parking evaluation. Mike, if you could share the GPS photo just for context. At this point, I'm sure we are all terribly familiar with the lay of the land, but nonetheless. Again, I know we're all very familiar with the location, but I thought this was a pretty good shot of the whole sweep of the properties. Needham Gateway, as we know, consists of two buildings on the site containing approximately 2 acres, located at 100-120 Highland Ave in the Highland Commercial 128 zoning district. As can be readily seen, the center is located in a densely developed commercial street, but is abutted on its northeasterly boundary by a residential neighborhood and southerly by a commercial property and the area formerly known as the Needham Industrial Park. The building at 100 Highland contains approximately 10,628 square feet of floor area, currently occupied by FW Webb. will be vacating the entire building, as I noted earlier, at the end of this month. The building at 120 Highland Avenue contains approximately 12,820 square feet and is currently occupied by Panera Bread, Geico Insurance, Supercuts, Omaha Steaks, and Hammer Management Company. The latter three tenants, Supercuts, Omaha Steaks, and Hammer Management, will be vacating their respective premises within the next 60 days. Carbon Health proposes to occupy the space currently occupied by those three tenants. With the withdrawal of the ex-golf application, there are currently no prospects for the occupancy of the FW Web space. Since the issuance of the original special permit in 2006, authorizing the construction of the center, it's no secret that the world of retail has undergone a dramatic transformation, accelerated over the past 2 years by the scourge of COVID-19. Brick and mortar retail stores have been rapidly replaced by online purchasing, and there are fewer retail tenants in a growing surplus of space. The result has been a trend towards more service-oriented tenants, such as Carbon Health. Carbon Health Medical Group of Florida, PA, is a Florida professional corporation, duly registered as a foreign corporation in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and wholly owned by Dr. Sujal Mandavia, a physician who is licensed in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, as evidenced by the paperwork we have submitted with our application. Carbon Health intends to use the premises principally for the provision of primary and walk-in medical care, and will have a maximum aggregate of 8 medical and non-medical staff on premises at any one time, including no more than 2 licensed physicians. During Dr. Olufadahi's presentation, he will discuss operational matters in more detail and will attempt to answer any questions you have relative to operations. He'll also discuss Dr. Mandavia's meaningful and consistent association with this location. The special permit, as it has been amended over the years, expressly allows professional service establishments dealing directly with the public. However, the Needham zoning bylaw includes a particular use category for a professional office with a number of qualifying provisions related to uses involving medical-related services. While a professional medical office is allowed as a matter of right in the Highland Commercial 128 zoning district, a medical clinic as defined under state law is not, nor is a medical services building or a group practice as defined under the zoning bylaw. Because of the plethora of definitions involved, the applicant sought the determination of the building commissioner as to the proper characterization of Carbon Health's use for the provision of primary and walk-in medical care. In his letter dated December 29, 2021, a copy of which is part of our application, the building commissioner analyzes all of the definitions in the zoning bylaw that are pertinent to the issue at hand, including the words professional, group practice, and non-group practice, and concludes, and I quote, Carbon Health's proposed use fits the definition of a professional office. Accordingly, as a professional office, Carbon Health's proposed use as described herein is permitted as a matter of right in the Highland Commercial 128 district in which the center is located. Underlying Commissioner Roach's determination is the assumed fact that the proposed use is not a clinic as defined under Massachusetts general laws requiring licensure as such. This was the primary issue focused on by this board at the informal discussion on January 4, to which we have responded by providing a detailed legal analysis by a highly respected law firm, which has been previously submitted as part of our application. According to that legal analysis provided by the law firm of Foley and Martin, Massachusetts law requires certain healthcare facilities or providers to be licensed as a clinic, but there is a statutory exception to the clinic licensure requirement. Under the applicable statute, Chapter 111, Section 52, and the regulations promulgated thereunder by the Department of Public Health, that exception applies to solo or group practices that are, quote, wholly owned and controlled by one or more practitioners associated with the practice. To meet this exception, the entity must not advertise, announce, establish, or maintain itself under a name which includes the word clinic, dispensary, or institute, and per the regulations, cannot, with that name, suggest that the ambulatory medical, surgical, dental, or physical rehab or mental health services are rendered therein. It is the name that matters under the statute and the regs. At that meeting, I also promised to provide a response to a specific question related to certain elements of the clinic exception, specifically as to whether mass law or under mass law, a mass professional corporation can be owned by an out-of-state registered physician. Under the Massachusetts Professional Corporation Act, Chapter 156A, Section 10, a Massachusetts professional corporation or a foreign professional corporation may be owned by one or more physicians licensed by the Massachusetts Board of Registration in Medicine or the regulating medical board of another state. However, this issue has been rendered moot by the fact that since that meeting, Dr. Sujal Mandavia, the sole shareholder of Carbon Health, is in fact has been licensed as a physician in the Commonwealth by the Board of Registration. Evidence of his licensure has been submitted as part of our application. A second clinic-related question raised at the January meeting was whether Dr. Mandavia, as the sole physician shareholder, officer, and director of this corporation, is or would be considered associated with the physician practice as required for this exception to apply. While there is no definition of the word associated in the statute or regulations, we can look to common law definitions or common dictionary definitions as one instructive source. Merriam-Webster defines the word, not surprisingly, as joined together, often in a working relationship. Other definitions include having a relationship of a sort with another person or organization, or to be connected, united, or joined. In the context of a physician's practice, surely that test can be made and satisfied in a number of ways. In the case of Carbon Health, Dr. Mandavia is not only the sole shareholder, he's also the sole corporate officer and one of only two directors, the other one being Dr. Olufadahi, who is a Massachusetts licensed physician himself. Moreover, as noted in Foley and Lauder's legal memo, Dr. Mandavia maintains an active and meaningful engagement in the operations and oversight of Carbon Health's operations in Massachusetts, including assuming responsibility for the care of patients, treating patients. Have I been, am I still on?
Yes, you are.
Oh, for some reason, my screen has gone black. And I don't know why.
We see you.
Nonetheless,
See you when we hear you.
as long as I am seen and heard, I will continue.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you fine.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
I will continue. These engagements include assuming responsibility for care of patients, treating patients, and providing clinical, medical, or healthcare service, setting the practice's schedule of charges and fees, serving as the named party to whom practice bills are charged, selecting, hiring, supervising, disciplining, or firing physicians and other healthcare professionals, determining the scope of services to be provided, selecting clinical or medical equipment, determining diagnostic tests which are appropriate, determining coding and billing procedures, adopting policies for record keeping as to patient records, conducting activities that constitute the practice of medicine, and periodic auditing of patient records, and responsibility for the professional propriety of billing and representations concerning disclosure of financial interest. Based on the foregoing, I would submit that under any reasonable definition of the word, Dr. Mandavia is, quote, associated with Carbon Health's physician practice. Foley and Lardner concludes, for the reasons discussed herein, we believe Carbon Health Medical is structured to comply with the group practice exception to the mass licensure requirement. We trust that the memorandum and this discussion put to rest any issue about the requirement to state licensure as a clinic. An additional issue was recently raised concerning whether Carbon Health is a group practice as defined under the zoning bylaw, as distinguished from any other state law. It is important to note that Commissioner Roach has previously determined that Carbon Health's proposed use is not a group practice as defined in the zoning bylaw. However, I will attempt to elaborate on his findings. It is axiomatic in the law that restrictions on the ability to use one's land are to be strictly construed. Courts look at the common meaning of words, the context in which the words are used, and the purpose behind the restriction, all towards the end of interpreting words as narrowly as possible in order not to infringe on the inherent freedom to use one's property any more than is necessary to achieve a legitimate public purpose. It is with that axiom in mind that we should decipher the meaning of group practice and non-group practice as set forth in Needham zoning bylaw. We are given only one clear criterion in making this distinction between two concepts: the number of medical practitioners. Under the bylaw, a group practice is comprised of 3 or more professionals. Professionals being a word that the building commissioner has logically and rightly determined means physicians in this context. That begs the question of the meaning of the word comprised. The standard dictionary definition would include as synonyms consisting of, constituting, composed of, or made up of. None of these are particularly helpful in achieving an understanding of the intent behind this word. So we look to the context. The word comprise exists in the context of a zoning restriction. Zoning at its core deals with use and moreover, intensity of use. Valid distinctions are made, if at all, based on the notion that some uses by their nature are not appropriate for a neighborhood, and some uses, while generically acceptable, are not if the use is too intense. Applying that logic to the doctor's office, here the bylaw's legitimate focus on the number of physicians involved at the practice is at the site, because arguably the more physicians working at a location, the more patients leading to more parking demand. This type of control over the intensity of use is a legitimate concern of zoning bylaw, and it is through that lens that we should view this language. This was clearly Commissioner Roach's position when he concluded that Carbon Health did not constitute a group practice under the zoning bylaw, based on the factual assumption that, quote, Carbon Health intends to have a maximum of 8 medical and non-medical staff on the premises at any one time, including no more than 2 licensed physicians. Therefore, for the purposes of group practice definition, the practice is comprised of less than 3 physicians. The same analysis and the same conclusion results from a review of the definition of both group practice and non-group practice, focused on the word practice. A member of a practice, like a member of a law firm, is someone who provides professional services, but who also participates in the business and the administration of the enterprise. Under this analysis, Carbon Health is clearly a 2-physician practice. It has a single shareholder, a single corporate officer, and only 2 physician directors, one of whom is the sole shareholder and the single corporate officer. These 2 individuals have substantial control over the practice and all related administrative and managerial matters to speak of, as noted in the Foley and Lardner memo. Whether viewed through the lens of intensity of use or the lens of control and management, either way, Carbon Health will have fewer than 2 physicians either physically working at or actively involved in the management. Carbon Health is therefore a non-group practice and not a group practice, as those terms should be interpreted under the bylaw, and as Commissioner Roach did indeed interpret them.
You said fewer than 2, Rick. You meant 2 or fewer, right?
I apologize if I so stated. That is correct, 2 or fewer. The existing special permit contains a waiver of the off-street parking requirements under sections 5.12 and 5.1.3 of the zoning bylaw, which reduced the number of spaces from 127 to 97. The proposed use by Carbon Health will be located in space currently occupied in part by Supercuts as a hair salon containing approximately 1,000 square feet. Omaha Steaks, which is a retail sale of frozen foods operation containing approximately 1,210 square feet, and Hammer Management for office use containing 1,065 square feet, approximately. The total number of required spaces for those existing uses are calculated as follows. Omaha Steaks at 1,210 of retail space at 1 space for 300 square feet is 4.03 parking spaces required. Supercuts at 1,000 square feet of retail at 1 space per 300 square feet is 3.33 parking spaces required. And Hammer Management at 1,065 square feet of office is 1 space for 300 square feet for 3.55 parking spaces required. After rounding up as required by the zoning bylaw, based on the foregoing, 11 parking spaces will be required for the existing uses. Pursuant to section 5.1.26 of the zoning bylaw, 1 parking space is required for every 200 square feet of floor area for a use characterized as medical and related health service. That results in 17 required spaces for the proposed medical professional office use by Carbon Health, being 6 spaces more than the number required for the existing uses. A waiver is being requested as to the requirement for these additional spaces. It should be noted that based upon the board's previous approval of the location of an additional dumpster, which has now been put off, so I shouldn't say approved, that was wishful thinking, but if it is approved, that will eliminate 1 space at least, and that will eliminate the spaces down to 96 spaces. In support of its request for the issuance of the above waiver, the applicant has submitted with its application a parking study dated November 19, 2021, and supplemented that with an update letter dated February 28, 2022, both prepared by BSC Group, Inc., which demonstrates that the proposed use by Carbon Health does not warrant or require the number of parking spaces required by section 5.1.2, and that 96 spaces are sufficient to accommodate all existing and currently proposed uses in the shopping center. Specifically, the evaluation concluded that, quote, based on this evaluation, the peak parking demand for the facility on the site is expected to be 11 vehicles, which will occur between 10 a.m. and noon. That is with respect to this proposed use. Therefore, as a practical matter, the peak period parking demand for Carbon Health will equal the number of parking spaces required for the existing uses. It is also important to note that the parking evaluation assumed that all 10,628 square feet of the building at 120 Highland Ave would be utilized by X-Golf, who has decided not to pursue a facility at this location, and as we've just heard, has withdrawn its application. When and if a new tenant or tenants are found for that building, we will, of course, return to this board for any required approvals, including the continuation or expansion of a parking waiver, which request will likely require a new parking evaluation. As noted, Mr. Kiefner from BSC Group is here this evening and will briefly summarize the evaluation and take any questions that you may have. So, to summarize, the applicants hereby request that this board amend the existing special permit to confirm that the proposed use by Carbon Health constitutes a professional office under the Needham zoning bylaw and is therefore allowed as a matter of right in the underlying zoning district. And further, that this board amend the special permit by the issuance of a special permit pursuant to section 5.1.1.5 of the zoning bylaw, waiving the requirement for the 6 additional parking spaces calculated as aforesaid, and confirming the existing waiver in the special permit as to the requirements of section 5.1.3 of the zoning bylaw. To the extent that any other provisions of the zoning bylaw require the granting of a special permit, a waiver, or an amendment in order to allow the proposed use by Carbon Health, we respectfully request that this evening. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy at this point to take any questions or defer those questions until after the presentations by Mr. Kiefner and Dr. Olufadahi. Your pleasure, Mr. Chair.
My pleasure right now, since we're talking pleasure, I guess.
There you are. I got you back. I can see you again.
Yeah, oh, good. I had a feeling that your screen just went to sleep for a while.
It may have. I hope I didn't put the rest of you to sleep as well. I apologize.
I would like to hear from the doctor to hear about how this practice will actually operate. A specific question that I have is with 2 medical practitioners and I guess it sounds like 6 other staff for a total of 8 staff at any one time maximum. how many patients you expect will be in the clinic at any one time, maximum number of patients. And I would like to get a sense in general as to what kind of services will be provided. You know, will there be
Mr. Chairman,
radiology? Will there be, you know?
That is a wonderful segue to introducing the doctor who is prepared to discuss all of the aforementioned issues.
Yeah.
So without any further ado, Doctor, you're on.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today, Mr. Chair. I will go ahead and kind of read my initial kind of prepared talk, and then happy to answer any operational questions that you have. My name is Ayobami Olufadeji. I'm a physician in the state of Massachusetts. Everyone is saying where they reside, so I'm at 3686 Washington Street in Jamaica Plain. But I actually practice at the Needham Hospital, which was once Glover and is now BIDMC Needham. So I guess I consider myself a local. I trained here in Massachusetts at the Beth Israel Deaconess, and I still live and practice in Massachusetts. So I also happen to be the director of the Carbon Health Medical Group of Florida. It's a foreign entity, as you've heard, which is registered here in Massachusetts. We provide primary and walk-in care. Carbon Health is a primary and walk-in office that cares for patients with very mild complaints. So you had asked kind of what is the range of what we manage. Mostly mild complaints such as sprains, minor cuts and bruises, headaches, and the common cold, COVID, obviously mild cases of that. Carbon Health is solely owned by Dr. Sudro Mandavia, who is a licensed physician in Massachusetts as well. He is highly skilled and well-trained, actually initially an emergency physician by training. He and I are responsible for the standard of care that is provided in our office. We make sure that we have well-defined protocols for care. We train our staff, which, by the way, you had mentioned, and would not be more than 18 members at any time. To delve into that a little bit, so the way we have it is, as you're right,
Sorry,
we would not have,
Let me clarify. No, he said 18, T-E-A-M.
Okay.
oh.
I could see your eyes.
Gosh, everybody froze. No, there's no way. Not more than 18 members.
Okay, Rick, you heard what I thought I heard.
Yes, I did.
Okay,
Eight, the number
members.
Yes, 8 team members at a time.
Okay, thank you.
And so with no more than 2 physicians. So the rest of our staff include occasionally nurses, but mostly MAs, some support staff, medical receptionists. And so we will not have at any point more than 8 people working in the facility. I will say that
Mike, could you put up the floor plan so you can?
I was about to say the floor plan comes next, yes, because I was trying to figure out how to answer. So, you know, there is the question as to what is the capacity of the office and how many people do we anticipate being there at one time? I would say that with the way that the floor plan is built, so I can show you here, I guess I have my cursor, but if you zoom in a little bit, I can just describe what we have on the screen. I think that's probably the biggest it's going to get.
That look good. Yeah.
That looks fair. All right. So I think that's what we have. So on the top of the screen, just to orient you, we have what our exam rooms are. So we have the purple rooms. We have approximately 7 exam rooms. Every now and then, sometimes, you know, depending on mostly in the newer clinics, sometimes we won't actually open certain rooms just because we don't have the volume of patients that will come in. So mostly in our newer offices, we do not do that, but we do have 7 there. And then to the bottom, going from left to right, what we have there is our reception. So it is built currently to house 4 people in the reception at one time, but we can usually expand that to allow for up to 6 to be there if need be. Right next to that in the yellow, I believe, is our X-ray facility. So we do have the capacity to perform X-rays in the office. Next to that is our phlebotomy. So in the rare occasion where we need to have blood drawn, so we do not actually process blood in the offices. We are able to draw the blood, and then we send it to bigger organizations like LabCorp or Quest, who will end up doing that processing for us. The next thing is a lab. The labs that we use in our offices are actually what we call clear wave labs. So For the most part, these are usually point of care tests that there's not need for a significant amount of training to do. We don't create lots of biohazard waste as a result of that. As I just described, the blood is only drawn. We do not store it in our facility for an extended period of time. After that, you have our work area where we have the team that collaborates to take care of the people that come through. I think next to that is storage, and then the last thing there is a bathroom and a lounge. So to answer your direct question, Mr. Chair, if we imagine that this office was running at full capacity, at most we could accommodate 7 + 6, so that would be 13 people in the office at one time.
So it would be potentially 13 patients and 8 staff members
Correct.
for a total of 21.
That is correct.
21 people.
Yeah, in a 3,000 square foot space.
Which could possibly mean 21 parking spaces.
Which could potentially mean 21 parking spaces.
Okay.
At full capacity.
Can you say those numbers again? The number of staff and the number of patients?
Yeah, so
no more than 8 staff.
no more than 8
Got
staff,
that.
correct.
And then
And at maximum capacity, we're looking at 13. But I will tell you that in our experience doing this, we are never at that maximum. Even in the surge of COVID, we're never at that. We're never at full capacity. I should also let you know that our initial.
Sorry. I just want to understand this. How do you arrive at the 13?
13 is 7. If we filled all 7 rooms,
Yes,
and we filled the waiting room with 6 people,
I see.
then we
Okay.
will be at 13, which is not, I'm thinking of literally 100% capacity, but that is not how we operate. But that is just to give us kind of a conservative estimate.
Doctor, can you talk about what your averages are? Excuse me, your actual averages.
Yeah, so our actual averages actually at our offices are that we see about 20 people a day. I should also
people
let
a
you,
day.
20
A
a
day.
day, correct.
A
Yeah.
day.
Yeah, so we see 20 to 25. I would say that our busiest offices will occasionally get to 27 a day, but no one is seeing over 30 a day. And the way we do this actually is because we create appointments for most of the people that come to visit the office. We do, like I said, we do allow for people to walk in as well, but our primary means of gathering people is through appointment feature. I should also mention that when we initially open our offices, our staff is actually only 4. Now we've allowed for a capacity of 8 because if we did grow or if there was need, we would like to grow in that way. But for the near future, we only have 4 people, and I can describe exactly what that team is. We have one medical receptionist in the front. We have one medical assistant in the back. We have one X-ray tech, and then we have one physician that sees the patients. And that is how we are traditionally staffed.
When you say traditionally and averages, are you talking about all of your offices nationwide, or are you just talking about Massachusetts?
That's a good question. Right now, when I use those numbers, I'm actually speaking more to all of our offices nationwide. For our Boston location, which we opened in downtown Boston in January, we actually are seeing approximately 15 people a day. And our staffing is with the 4 that I described. So that staffing of 4 is kind of all the time. That's how we open our offices, but the volume is, I'm thinking more national. But so far in Massachusetts, we have 10 to 15.
Is that your only other location in Massachusetts?
Currently, that is our only location. We do have another location opening in Dedham in June. We're still trying to figure out, we're doing some renovations and we're having some delays with contractors, but our next location is in Dedham and that opens in June or July.
And will you be one of the physicians on site at this site?
That's correct. So I do rotate between the sites. As a matter of fact, I will be working clinically. If you sprain your ankle on Thursday, I'll be at the downtown Boston site working there on Thursday. But I will be floating through the sites. Correct.
So if you're in downtown Boston on Thursday,
yes,
and Marty sprains his leg and goes to see you in downtown Boston,
correct,
and I'm having some kind of a problem with my type 1 diabetes, and I walk into this facility,
yes,
what medical doctor is going to attend to me?
yes. So we have ownership. So I think I'm gonna have the legal team describe this. We have ownership of the group, but we do hire sometimes physician assistants or nurse practitioners that do cover certain locations. So
What is a medical assistant?
well, a medical assistant is they function primarily as nurses, if that's the closest thing to describe.
Not a doctor.
They're not a doctor, no.
So if you're in downtown Boston,
Yes,
and someone walks in
yes,
and actually needs to see a doctor,
yes,
having, I, as a type 1 diabetic, I commonly deal with nurse practitioners,
yes.
but I'm also seen by a physician. So is there a physician on site on that same Thursday that's not you and not Dr. Mandavia?
No, so at this time currently, we do not have any plans to have another physician on site. So if you think about it, first of all, the way we think about it is that we do not. Most of the care is based by appointment, right? So if you were having a crisis with your type 1 diabetic, and I'm not a primary care physician, right? But if you were seeing me and I was managing your type 1 diabetes, we would schedule you so that you would see me on the day where I was there. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if you were actually in an emergent situation where your sugars were all out of whack, right, we would actually ask you to go to the emergency department because we do not manage emergencies at the facilities. And so we use what have been called in the past physician extenders, which is a term that is, I'm not all the way it's the best way to describe it, but it's not like I'm not a fan of that term, but we use nurse practitioners, or we employ nurse practitioners and physician assistants who help deliver care. And they're perfectly licensed to do so under Massachusetts law. They're assigned to us as collaborative physicians, collaborative providers. And so they're licensed to practice independently.
And you intend to provide primary medical care at this site, is that correct?
In the future, yes, that is correct.
And you don't intend to ever hire another physician other than you to attend to this site?
It is possible that we will hire another physician, but they will not be owners of the business.
And so are you drawing a salary right now from the Boston location?
Am I drawing a salary from the Boston location? Yes. Primarily? That is actually an interesting way to answer that. I do not draw a salary from the Boston location. I do get paid from the Boston location, but it is not a salary.
So what is the manner of your compensation?
My compensation right now is hourly.
Is hourly?
Yes, correct.
And you bill that to the company in Florida?
Yes. So I bill that to the company, to Carbon Health Global. That is correct. And I don't bill that. I just clock in my time and they sent me a check. Yeah.
And
it is not a 1099 situation. I am employed by them.
And then do you also get a distribution of the profits?
No, I do not.
And do you get
an owner? He's not an owner.
I'm not an owner. Yeah.
But are you also a director?
I am a director. Yeah.
And do you get a director's draw at all?
No, I do not.
Do you intend to get any compensation for your role as a director?
At the medical group? No, I do not.
At any other group?
So there's the medical group, which owns the clinics, and I'm not getting compensation from that.
So you're a director. You mean you're a director on the board of directors?
Correct. For Carbon Health Medical Group in Florida. That's correct.
And there's no draw for a director at all now or intended in the future.
There's no draw for a director now or intended in the future.
And as your role as a director of one of the directors of the corporation, there is no, your compensation does not now or intend to include in the future compensation for your role as a director. Is that correct?
That you asked that one more time. Sorry, there were a couple of nuances there. Yeah,
You're not now
correct.
collecting any compensation for your role as a member of the board of directors of the corporation. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And do you intend to ever
Adam,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I'm having difficulty understanding where the compensation of the physicians is relevant to zoning issues?
Well, the relevance that I see is I'm trying to understand the distinction of the roles that ultimately relate to. We're talking about very specific definitions in the state statute. One that could be regarded as a role as a doctor, and and the other is as a director, and I'm just trying to get very specific clarity on what the operations are and what the responsibilities are, because actual responsibilities relate to those definitions in the state statute and then into our zoning bylaw.
That's true, but methods of compensation don't go to that. I mean, you can have responsibilities, and I think you're getting into an area that's kind of personal to be, that's, I'm going to say, is probably none of our business as to what the compensation package is.
I wasn't intending to ask, and
I'm more concerned, if I may get into this area, I'm more concerned with the concept that I'm hearing, which is that there are going to be 3 locations and only one physician servicing the 3 locations. Am I correct on that?
So the servicing is, I guess, let me see if I can tease that out a little bit. There are 2 physicians, so let me start with that, who service, if you will. What we do is we provide supervisory coverage, and we also work clinically as well. When we are not working clinically, right, we have licensed providers who are NPs or PAs who provide the care as they are certified and licensed to do. Our roles as the directors of the organization is to own the clinical care that is provided, make sure that the people that are providing the care are licensed to do so in the state of Massachusetts, which they are, and to make sure that we are supervising their care. So we, like Rick had mentioned, right, we will set the guidelines for how patients should be treated. We will do chart reviews. We will set the management for which medications should be used, what is appropriate medical care. So we take responsibility for that care that is delivered. We are not always the ones providing the care, and their NPs and PAs are licensed to do so. Now, I should say that there is a possibility in the future that there will be other physicians, but they will not be owners, right? And they will not be part of a group practice. They will not be directors. We could, in the future, employ doctors to work. They would not be it would not be as a group. They would be employees, just the same way we have PAs and NPs.
Mr. Chair, could I just ask a question or two on that, on the same?
Yes, please do.
Yes.
So I'm also interested in the operations and how it's going to work. And I understand what you're saying, that there will not always be a physician on site.
Correct.
Here in Needham. Will there always be an NP on site?
There will always be someone who can provide care. So it could be an NP, it could be a PA. That's the first part. The second thing is that there will always be a physician providing oversight by providing supervision, which is allowed based on the license to practice. So for example,
No,
if
no,
I'm-
let's just stick with my questions, okay?
Okay, sorry.
Because you're getting into an area that I understand, but I wanna know who's gonna be there.
Yeah, yeah,
And sometimes a physician will be there.
correct.
At the beginning, probably you.
Yeah.
You have any idea, 1/3 of the time, will you be there? You're gonna be traveling between 3 different places, but you have you're employed other places as well. So is this working with this group? Is this gonna be your full-time employment?
When you mean working with this group, what?
This group, meaning Carbon Health, with a Dedham location, a JP location, and a Needham location.
That is my full-time employment. That is correct.
Okay, so somewhere around 1/3 of your time will be spent at each location, I imagine. Is that right?
That is a fair assessment to be correct.
Okay, and you're going to have a full-time NP on your paid staff that is not necessarily always going to be in Needham, but tell me if I'm wrong, is also going to float among the 3 places?
That is correct. We will have not just one, we will have a number of them. That is correct.
Okay. And you'll also have a physician's assistant or more than one physician's assistant
That is correct.
will float among the 3 places?
That is correct.
Okay.
Let me see, make sure I don't confuse. It is possible that they will float. It is also possible based on the scheduling that they will be just there at that location.
Okay. Okay. And if somebody shows up needing care that a particular provider is not qualified to give, you'll decline service, or you'll recommend that they go to the hospital or something like that.
We'll always transfer them to the emergency department. So it's also not necessarily the nuance I want to explore here is it is not necessarily a function of, so NP, and let's say NP or PA, any NP or PA that is staffing that office that day has a scope that is well defined of what they're able to see in your normal walk-in office or primary care office. If anything shows up that is outside of that scope, it doesn't matter if I'm the one there, if Dr. Mandavia is the one there, if we get another person there, if it is outside of the scope that we have defined very clearly for that office, that person will not receive care there on that day.
Okay. And are you going to be in a position where you could call an ambulance for somebody who needs to get to a hospital in a hurry?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to have some questions for Rick, but I think you've answered my questions. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Doctor, you think you've covered most of your presentation at this point?
I think I have covered most of my presentation. I think, yeah. I feel like I'm
trying to get into the bylaw definition of the group practice. And what I'm hearing is that right now, there's only one physician, one medical doctor staffing 3 locations, or anticipated. You're building Dedham, you're planning to be in Needham. Are you planning to expand beyond the 3 locations?
In Massachusetts, we are planning to expand beyond the 3 locations. That is correct.
So you'll be having more MDs, more doctors, I would assume, that you're not going to be the only MD for I don't know how many locations you're planning to have, but it sounds like you're gonna have a lot.
I think,
But don't-
Rick, were you about to say something?
They're never going to have more than two at this location, number one.
I hear you, Rick.
And the
I-
fundamental structure remains the
I
same.
hear you. But right now there's only one servicing 3 locations, and they might get 5, they might have 10. And right, is there only going to be one doctor going to 10
I think-
locations?
There is a fundamental question here, which I want to try to answer, which is who provides the care and under what premise? I think we're in a place in medicine right now where a medical doctor does not have to be the one providing the care for basic coughs and colds in an office,
Mhm.
right? And so it is basically what we've been able to do and why this term physician extenders have come about is because we are licensed and allowed. I'm sure that if we polled everyone today, some people's primary care physician on this call is an NP or is a PA who is supervised by a medical doctor.
Yep.
And so what I'm trying to say is myself and Dr. Mendavia are not limits to how much we can see patients in our offices. And even if we were to add another medical doctor, so let's say I don't want to be supervising every day, for example.
Yep.
That person would be an employee that is not a part of the medical group.
Okay.
I have a question. Are the questions that everyone is asking related to how many people, maximum amount of people will be occupying the space?
Yeah.
Or is it specifically, I mean, what is we keep on asking, people keep on asking how many doctors, how many, but are you really, what you're really asking is how many people will occupy the space at one time?
No, it's 2 different questions, Natasha. The
So what
questions
is-
about the doctors, it's very technical and it's very legal.
Right, but what is the question, the actual question? How many doctors will they have in the building?
Now, see, our bylaw provides that you can't have a group practice, which consists of 3 or more professionals. And our bylaw has a definition of what a professional is. A professional under our bylaw is a person who by education and experience is a member of a recognized profession such as a physician, dentist, architect, attorney, artist, or engineer. And Dave Roach covered this in his letter of December 29, where a nurse practitioner or a physician's assistant is not a professional by the definition in our bylaw. A medical doctor is. And so when we get into the question of 3 or more professionals constituting a group practice, we don't count the nurse practitioners. We don't count the physician assistants. And what I'm hearing right now is that there are only 2 doctors. And so
So you don't have the 3 doctors and they're only there a third of the time,
right.
or at least 1 doctor's there a third of the time.
Right.
I just want to make sure, because I feel like we're going around in circles. I just want to make
No,
sure that we understand.
The number
what
of
the
people that are
question
going to
is.
be there at any one time, I raised because of the parking issue, because of the parking waiver.
Correct. So there's that piece of it. The other piece is you need 3 to be a group. And there's
And
only
groups aren't
2,
allowed.
and 1 person's going to be there a third of the time.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Marty,
Which makes us
you
not
going to
agree.
comment on this?
Well, I mean, I didn't really want to spend time myself on the group practice definition. I really want to ask a question that probably Rick is the one who's going to answer this. On the medical clinic definition. Okay, so under the medical clinic definition, you've given us the Foley and Lardner opinion that says that this is structured in such a way as to fit into the exception in the statute, and so that it will not be considered a medical clinic. Now, I guess this is beyond obvious, but I'll say it anyway. one easy way to find out whether, in fact, Foley and Lardner is right would be to ask the state whether they need to be licensed. I understand why you don't want to do that. But here's my question, really, at the bottom of this whole thing. There's going to be, assuming we grant this, there's going to be language in the permit that's going to basically say a few things. One of them, it's going to repeat a lot of these, the argument. It's going to basically repeat what Foley and Lardner is telling us, and it's going to repeat the operational setup as is being described. And then it's going to say, if any of these things changes, then this permit can be basically reviewed.
Mhm.
Actually, probably stronger language than that. You've seen this. You've seen the kind of language I'm talking about. So
Sure.
my question is, what happens if Foley and Lardner, despite a very careful, interesting opinion, is wrong?
Mhm.
And the state says, no, we think you're a medical clinic and need to be licensed as such. If they say that, then there's no compliance with our bylaw.
Mhm.
Then what happens?
I think we're in violation at that point.
And then what happens? And then what?
Well, I think that's a business risk, obviously, that the Carbon Health folks would have to recognize. And I'm sure they have recognized. They're here in Massachusetts, and they have other facilities, as you just heard, both operating and in the works. So they're comfortable with the opinion. If the opinion turns out to be wrong, they will have to bear the consequences of that. In cases in which they need to simply get a license, then I guess they'll have the ability to do so. Unfortunately, in our bylaw, getting a license doesn't cure the problem because it puts you in the prohibited class of uses.
Right.
Which, you know, to repeat a comment I made the other day, is probably not a judicious use of zoning in this situation, if I can offer my opinion.
That's fine. But I agree with you completely that in that event, the risk is going to fall back on your client and Michael's LLC as the landlord. And I
think that's right.
And I just want to make sure that everybody understands that.
But Marty, let me respond to that valid point in a couple of ways. That could be the same thing if, to pick an example out of the air, these folks were a marijuana dispensary, and the legislature decided to change the law next year, or the federal government decided to step in and say, state law, we preempt you, and they go to the Supreme Court. Same problem. Yet we have
a new era of prohibition. Right. A lot of,
well, again, I mean, we're talking about the what ifs, and I'm not disputing what you're saying. Now, if that were to happen, Marty, let me give you a practical response. I think hopefully at that point, you know, there would be a way around that problem that, you know, maybe through the ZBA or a rezoning amendment or the like. But again, we're here tonight because we believe that we qualify under the current law. And we believe, as the Foley and Lardner's opinion states, and which, quite frankly, my own review of the regs and the statute, which I've reviewed now probably, I don't know, 25 times, I believe is technically correct. Is it a you know, a circuitous route? It is a landscape of definitions and technicalities, but that's what we do for a living.
Oh, no, I'm not arguing.
I know
that.
you're not. I know you're not.
All I'm saying is,
we recognize the risk.
yeah, there's more than one argument here. I understand that Foley and Lardner thinks they got a defensible position, and maybe it's defensible. That doesn't mean it's going to necessarily prevail. you know,
Agreed.
yeah. Okay,
Agreed.
fair enough.
Duly noted, and I hear you loud and clear.
Gene,
You muted.
you're muted, Gene.
I'm muted, sorry. What I'm struggling with is something I haven't heard directly addressed yet. And that is, I don't understand why this is not a medical services building. You're saying it's not prohibited because even if it is a group practice, it's 2 or fewer physicians. But what it sounds like, and I realize medical practices are changing, it sounds like a facility where there will be physician's assistants, nurse practitioners, and medical doctors who supervise, but who might not even be on site. And I can't see that fitting within the definition of professional office. It was said earlier that it's admitted that nurse practitioners and physician's assistants are not professionals by our definition.
Gene,
I know our building inspector made a distinction, but what I'd like to know is when you have some ambivalent language in a zoning bylaw, you look to how it has been interpreted in the past. And I'm thinking of the facility that went in within the past few years in the Avery Square district. I looked at that and I saw that medical clinics are allowed by special permits. So perhaps that was allowed as a medical clinic. But, you know, to me, I have a hard time following the reasoning that this is simply a physician's office or the office of more than one physician. When it's, I don't know, it's more like a medical services building if you look at our definition.
Gene, I disagree with you, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Because I'm looking at the definitions in our bylaw.
Yeah.
A medical services building is premises with occupancy limited to doctor's offices, dentist's offices, etc.
Yeah.
And then we define premises, a lot, together with all buildings, structures, and uses thereon.
That's correct.
This is only one office within a larger building.
It's
That doesn't make this a medical services building. It's a medical
services building. In the trade, I've heard it referred to as a medical office building, an MOB, where essentially, as you just said, Mr. Chair, that you have a limitation of users to medical related facilities. Clearly, that is not the case with the Needham Gateway Shopping Center.
Within the entire building.
That's right.
This is not within the entire building.
You're right, Paul. I was missing that. In my mind, when it was recited what premises they would be taking up, at first I thought, oh, they're taking up the whole building. But then I listened more carefully and realized, no, it's three uses that are in that building now, and two other uses will continue to remain in the building.
Correct.
So I understand that distinction. All right, I'll let that go. But I think our definitions are hard to work with. And
They are.
I have a question on that definition.
Sure.
Can someone please read back the definition for the medical office or profession?
A professional. We have a definition of a professional.
it's not even in our definitions section.
That's right.
It's in the section.
But it is in section 3.2.5.1.
Well, no, 3.2.4.1 defines a group practice, which is made up of professionals.
Well, 1.3 is in the definitional section, and it does define professional. And it's also.
I guess what I'm getting at is.
But we also have professional that's within our definitions.
That's what I was just saying, Paul. It's referred to in a couple of different places.
Yeah,
It's also in 3.241C.
Oh, yes, I see the definition. It isn't talking about medical profession necessarily. It's a person who by education, experience, member of recognized professions, such as a physician.
So Gene, I
That's
want to stop you
profession.
there.
Okay,
Why are we saying that a nurse practitioner is not a professional in the
Because-
same way?
Take a look at 1.3 in the bylaw. There's a definition of professional, and nurses are not within that definition.
right.
But
It's
but
on
it
page
says
8.
such as member of
that's
a
my point.
recognized profession, such as, so it isn't necessarily
Well,
limited to that.
that's
list.
Well, it may be, forgive me if I could intervene on this question. Number one, again, under the theory that, again, zoning restrictions are just that, restrictions. They have to be narrowly construed, number one. Number two, the bylaw does in fact, in other locations, speak of physicians together with nurse practitioners and other paraprofessionals. That just tells you that the drafts people knew the distinction, and they chose not to include that within the definition of profession.
I don't agree with that, because we're talking about a person who by education experience is a member of a recognized profession. It does not say including a physician, dentist, etc. It says such as,
Yeah,
and those are only by way of example. It doesn't exclude a nurse practitioner.
No, it doesn't, nor does it include an astronaut, or exclude an astronaut, and it doesn't make the difference.
Well, with all due
There's a-
respect, Rick, we're not hiring an astronaut here to look after a patient. You're talking about a professional who's going to give
please,
someone
Adam,
medical.
Adam, please, don't go down that road with me. I wasn't trying to be flip. I was trying to explain that as a matter of legal definitional interpretation under the doctrine of justum generis, which I suggest some of my colleagues, your colleagues on the board would understand, that is in fact the way this would be interpreted. That is in fact the legal way that it would be interpreted.
and I believe that that's the way that Dave Roach interpreted it. I think he discussed.
That's right.
And I'm trying to find his, and I know I have it here, his letter of December 29th.
Well, that's my point. That was exactly my point. That a professional, as he used in the definition, was effectively excluding a nurse practitioner.
Correct.
And my point is, I don't know that a nurse practitioner is less of a professional than a doctor, than a medical doctor.
Well, but let me just say, I mean, certainly in a vacuum, you can make that argument, but we're talking about the particular language of our bylaw. And I don't, and when they're giving a list of what is viewed as professionals, and they're talking about physicians, architects, engineers, et cetera, that's of a different category than nurses, dental assistants, draftsmen, things like that.
A nurse practitioner, though, provides a different level of care and has different medical responsibilities than a nurse.
What does? I'm sorry?
A nurse practitioner,
Right.
who has the authority to provide dosing and medication, and implement a treatment plan the same way a medical doctor does, order labs, conduct an analysis of those labs, is different than a nurse. I'm making a distinction between a nurse and a nurse practitioner.
I would say that outside of the bylaw, I think you can make that argument all you want. But I think you have to focus on the language of our bylaw.
Right.
And that's to me the difference. I'm not trying to disrespect any profession such as nursing.
I know that.
I'm just trying to say our particular bylaw seems to make a distinction between the list given and other related categories of health professionals.
May I also just cite the language in Commissioner Roach's letter, after concluding that indeed, as you have just mentioned, Marty, that there was no litany other than the litany you just mentioned. It is also supported by the fact that elsewhere in the zoning bylaw, where there was an intent to include such other licensed parties, the bylaw explicitly so states. For example, section 3.7 C1, referring to, quote, physician's assistants, and nurse practitioners.
Yeah,
So
and
again,
that is significant, Adam, because
Where is that citation, Rick?
that is in section 3.6.7 C1.
With respect to the calculation of parking spaces.
for any purpose, the point being, the point, and I don't need to make Rick's point, he argues well, but the point being that if the drafters of the bylaw wanted to include doctors, nurses, physicians, assistants, et cetera, they knew how to do it. Just list them. But they chose not to do it in the definition. That's the point he's trying to make.
Thank you.
Well, you know, we have a very good building inspector, very skilled at interpreting our zoning bylaw in the state building code. And I really have great respect for our building inspector. The choices are to say, well, if the building inspector says that's the interpretation, then that's it. Even though it's, you know, the medical world is changing. And I think our zoning bylaw has not caught up with it. And a facility that doesn't have one or two physicians always present, I find it hard to characterize as a professional office, as building inspector concluded. I just find it hard. I don't know how to just leave it. I mean, how are we going to address this and make a decision? Especially if the other uses are simply not allowed and not something allowed by special permit. What was our intention? And I sort of recall that when it came to the New England Business Center, we didn't want to set up medical offices that would compete with those we hoped would cluster around our hospital. We had sort of a vision of our Chestnut Street area as being a center for medical uses. And that, I think, was our concept. But here we have, you know, it's not New England Business Center, it's, you know, 128 district. So I should just stop talking because I'm not making sense, I feel, but I just am having a hard time coming to the same conclusion here.
Well, for what it's worth, I don't have any trouble adopting the building commissioner's reading, frankly. But, well, I express my concern that what if the state thinks it does need to be licensed as a medical clinic at some point? Then we have a whole new world because our bylaw says no to that. But I don't have a problem adopting the building commissioner's reading. That's my view.
Because, Marty, to be clear, there's no risk to the town. The risk is borne solely by Carbon Health.
If the state determination is that Foley and Lardner's opinion happens to be incorrect, and they want this facility to be licensed as a medical clinic because they're not within the exception of the statute, then the risk is, yes, it's on this tenant, the app, and the landlord.
And just to be clear, I want to make a distinction because I have read on social media, I think, some concerns that residents had about the concept of being licensed. That in the event, Rick, this the medical professionals, at this location, if the decision is so approved, may not need to be licensed as a medical clinic under the state statute because of the exemption. However, in terms of patient care, all of the unquote professionals under these two physicians, and including them, are all licensed to practice medicine in their various capacities at their various levels. In other words, a patient comes in and is sick and needs medication, whether it's a nurse practitioner or a physician, there'll be those people providing that treatment and drawing the blood and doing an analysis of the blood work will all be licensed under the state. The practitioners themselves are licensed under the state to be able to perform the medical treatment provided.
Or they won't do it.
Yeah.
Right. If it's something beyond this.
But to your point, that is a totally reasonable request, and certainly we would adopt that and would agree to the adoption of that in any decision.
And it is the only way that we will operate.
Right. That's what I'm hearing. I just want to make a distinction because there seemed to have been some confusion on social media, in that distinction, that people would be worried that this would be an unlicensed. You've got a foreign doctor who's not really attending these sites and providing unlicensed treatment. And that's not the case. So I'm just, for the record, clarifying that.
If that were the case, then I don't think Mr. Jacobs would go to them with his sprained ankle. And he's already agreed to do that. So.
Nor would you be representing them, Rick.
Thank you, Adam.
Can we?
I still don't understand, Adam, whether we're going to go there for your diabetes, but that's a different issue.
No, I'll continue to go to my endocrinologist. But once in a while, it is true though. Once in a while, I don't need emergency treatment at a hospital, but I've gone into my primary care because I could get an immediate appointment, for some kind of a treatment. If my insulin was malfunctioning in my pump and I needed suddenly a new script, they would call it in a heartbeat. I don't have to wait for an appointment from my endocrinologist, which can take 3 months, to be seen.
Can we come to a conclusion one way or another, whether we agree with our building commissioner that this is a professional office? And I don't know how much further we can go tonight with this application because it's 10 o'clock and we have another continued hearing, and then come to a conclusion that we're satisfied with that. And then we're going to move on onto how many parking spaces do they need and what, because it's all going to be in the same building and with the same parking lot, and just deal with that next time. And
I would propose.
Can we go on tonight with this?
I understand that, and I don't disagree, and we will need to continue the hearing. And yet we do have, I think, 4 people that are looking to speak. And I would probably recommend that we, hear from them. Although Natasha, you also had your hand up too.
Yeah, I agree with Marty. And I think Jean also mentioned it. I think I concur with the building commissioner that it seems to me like the proposed constitutes a professional office. I think things are happening differently now, especially with COVID, but I don't disagree with what with the letter that he wrote.
And I'm there also. I'm convinced that there are 2 or fewer professionals here, which is what constitutes, where we get into the group practice issue. And I have read and reread and reread the definition of a clinic that needs to be licensed. And I think this fits within the exception, does not need to be licensed. I'm there that they fit into the definition of what's allowed to be in this space. Now we do have parking issues, and I think that's going to take some time to discuss, because there's no parking at this site other than the 96 spaces that are in this lot.
Well, Mr. Chair, as of March 31, there'll be plenty of spaces, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I know Mr. Moskowitz wishes to fill those spaces.
And respectfully, don't you think that's something we should discuss when and if we do come back? I'm so tired I can't even talk anymore, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
When we come back with a proposal.
But as Adam points out, we now have 5 people who have raised their hands.
Yeah.
And we haven't discussed parking, so I'm going to ask them not to get into the parking issue, but to save parking questions for next time. But I would like to call on these people to give them an opportunity to speak, and I'm going to ask them if they can be succinct and quick. We would appreciate it, because it is 10 o'clock and we do have a lot of other things that we need to do. So I see first on the list is Jill Kahn. So Alex, if you would bring Jill Kahn over, please. Jill, you need to unmute yourself. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Jill Kahn, precinct I, 23, concerned resident. Just a couple things, like you said, it's late, so I'll try to be brief. First of all, I agree with Jean McKnight that I don't know the year this zoning bylaw that you're referring to was written. I imagine it wasn't in the last 5 years, but I'm just guessing. I don't know about the definition that David Roach was referencing. And nurse practitioners are really different from nurses. And it seems that some of you, I think Marty Jacobs, and I don't know who else, maybe Natasha, don't understand the difference. And it's a huge difference. Nurse practitioners are much more akin to physicians than they are to RNs or LPNs. They have a lot of training. They have years extra beyond college of training, master's level and beyond. They prescribe. They're very similar to doctors. In fact, many times for an annual checkup, I will only see an NP. All right, so if this, and that's only been true in about the last 10 or 12 years. So the zoning law, if it was written in, say, 2000, I'm just taking a guess there, then it wouldn't reflect the status, the training, the ability to write prescriptions, which happened sometime in the last 20 years. It was not the case 30 years ago, and I'm old enough to remember. So that's one point. I agree with Jean there, and I think the zoning bylaw is outdated and needs to be up to date. And another point I wanted to mention is that I'm a skeptic about any for-profit facilities for healthcare, and I've always been. And then this was reinforced recently with the Center for COVID testing that was short-lived here in Needham Center for about 4 months. It was a for-profit facility that opened that had terrible reviews around the country. It managed to open, and there were many, many issues, and it closed. Okay, so many of us are familiar with that story. I'm not saying that Carbon Health is exactly analogous to the Center for COVID testing, but I am skeptical, and I wanted to ask the physician here what you have to say in response to the horrible reviews about the Boston Center, the Carbon Health Boston Center that opened fairly recently, and there are 2-star reviews online. Most of the terrible reviews are to the fact that they don't take health insurance, but the people
Hey, John?
went in to see a healthcare professional at Carbon Health did not know that ahead of time because most places do take insurance. So the bad reviews weren't necessarily about the level of care. The reviews that I saw didn't even discuss, did they get the test that they should have, or was the treatment okay or not? They were really upset that they didn't know in advance that you don't take or didn't take health insurance. So I wanted to ask you, does your Boston facility take health insurance? And if not, why not? So I'll keep it brief because it's 10:09.
Thank you, Joe. I can answer
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah. So we do take certain forms of insurance. So as you can imagine, one of the processes that happen whenever you open a new office is that there is actually an application process that needs to happen. In order for that application to actually kick in, you have to be open. So the reason why a lot of so I work at the Beth Israel, right? And I've actually opened centers for Beth Israel before I started working at Carbon. You actually have to be open in order to apply for those. So our intention is not to be a for-profit cash-only location. We are actively actually involved in right now applying to Blue Cross Blue Shield and Anthem and making sure that we are in network. So it is not our intention to be concierge or to be for-profit. It is actually just a function of the process by which you apply for contracts and get it. So that's the first part. The second part is, you did mention that it is hard for patients to know whether or not we take before they show up. So I hope you can see that those negative reviews were not that we, extorted from people and lied and said we took it and then didn't take it, right? It was people who arrived, were upset that they arrived, and then found out. So we did not, there was no trickery involved. We didn't see them and then bill them on the back end. So there was
Excuse me, I didn't say there was any
exactly.
trickery,
No, I was just trying
but
to
I've
clarify.
never heard of an urgent care, and I've lived in the area well over half a century. We won't be more specific than that.
Yeah.
But I've never heard of a healthcare urgent care or any other similar, for-profit or not, most are not for profit in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
But anyway, I've never heard of one that does not accept health insurance.
Yeah. So, and I've explained exactly.
So the assumption on the part of people who enter would be, whether it's at the in-network or out-of-network, whichever, that a Blue Cross or Tufts or whatever the common Harvard Pilgrim, whatever, that an insurance would be accepted. That would be a common assumption of most people who would go into an urgent care. And I'm sure that's the assumption of the board members here tonight, that your place accepts insurance.
Exactly. So I should say this. It is not that we will turn away people who have insurance, right? They will. What we tell them is that they will be out of network. So they can always come in and be seen with their insurance card. But because there's a process and a lag to get into that network, right? We file paperwork. They ask us to see what they want to see, some charts to make sure that we're providing adequate medical care. The reason why you're not familiar with this process is because Massachusetts as a state is very, very heavy with healthcare industries, right? The BIs of this world, the Newton Welsleys of this world, the MGH, they have been here since time immemorial. And so whenever a new entrant comes in, right, they're usually, you might see a name, but you know that they have like affiliations with certain hospitals, right? And so they can usually latch onto those contracts, which is why when they open, it appears that they have contracts and they're all of a sudden in all these networks. But that process is actually anywhere from 6 months to 9 months. And it's a process that we have already begun. The one thing I do want to mention is that your point is well taken, that we need to do a better job of identifying and letting people know that we are not in network. And so actually if I can share my screen, I can show you that as of today, we just got, there's going to be a disclaimer that is shown on the page whenever you go whenever you go to book an appointment to say, we're actually not in network yet. We're working actively on it. You're always welcome to come in, right? We will not turn you away. You're welcome to actually give us your insurance, right? I'll give you an example. So for you might remember
we don't have time for this.
Doctor,
We don't have time for this tonight.
yeah, we don't have time, and this has nothing to do with zoning.
Right.
Well,
So,
my first part did have to do with zoning, which is that nurse practitioners are very high level, very skilled. They write prescriptions and they when the zoning law was written, I don't know the year, okay? But those people should have been included, and the astronaut analogy that Rick Mann gave is preposterous because it has nothing to do with anything. Nurse practitioners are very skilled, write prescriptions, and are right much closer to MDs. I'm telling you, I have my whole family of medical people. My daughter's in medical school.
Can I
My
stop you
brother-
for a second?
I know the medical profession.
Hold on. We really don't have time, but let me just say very briefly, even if nurse practitioners were part of that list in the definition, it would make no difference.
Why would it make no difference? You
Because
guys spent 15 minutes discussing whether nurse practitioners should have been on that list or not been on that list. So why does it make no difference?
Because if it was on the list, the building commissioner would have still said that it's a professional medical practice.
But the
And
building
that's me.
professional, the building, Mr. Roach, is not the end all and be all for everything in this town. The citizens who speak, the town meeting members, we all have a say in these things. We elected you folks and we all have a say. And this is my say, and you can go on to the next person. Thank you.
Up to you, Paul.
No, it's, the question of the professional goes to a very technical quirk in our bylaw that talks about the fact that a group practice, which is defined as 3 or more professionals, is not allowed, whereas two or one professionals is allowed.
Right.
You know, it's strange that we make that, you know, it's a quirk of when it was there. And that's why we're discussing how many professionals there are there. And, you know, we're working within our bylaw. And you're right, Jill, maybe the bylaw needs to be amended. Maybe our bylaws need to be updated. Our bylaws need to be updated in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways.
I think, Mr. Chair, if I could just say to Ms. Khan, I did not mean any disrespect by my flip comment about astronauts. It was only relative to the specific provision of the bylaw. It says what it says, and I agree with you. It probably should be updated, not just in that respect, in a number of different respects concerning some of the things we've talked about today. So to your point, I agree. They should take a long look at the bylaw and update it.
You all set, Jill?
Yes, that's why I said you should go on to the next person so they're not
Thank
being
you.
called upon at 11.
Sure.
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you, Jill. The next person on the list is Patricia Baker.
Unmute.
You are unmuted. We can hear you. Hi, Ms. Baker.
Yeah, I wanted to do the video too. So Patricia Baker, 30 Highland Terrace. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hello, Doctor. I just want to make a comment. Of course, I agree with G. McKnight and Jill. We've spoken about that already. It's outdated. So since MPs and PAs are not professionals, and if there's not a doctor there, and let's say you have 2 MPs and 1 PA and no doctor, there are no professionals logically in this facility that's giving medical care. So that's, I just wanted to say that, just if you follow the logic, no doctor, no professionals, because anyone under a physician is not considered a professional. So I just want to say that. But I do want to ask the doctor a couple of questions. What percentage of the, let me just open this up. What percentage are walk-ins versus appointments? Do you have any data on that?
I can give you, hi, Patricia, I can give you a ballpark if that's helpful. If we go by what we currently have, I would say that probably 70% of the people who show up are appointment based, and then the rest will be walk-ins. We really focus on, even if you called the office, we would try to make sure. I mean, we, like I said, we don't turn, people can walk in, but our preference is really for appointments.
Okay. I guess I just, and I'm going to try to be brief because it's late. I still don't get the difference between your facility and a clinic. I don't get it. What's the difference? If you can, in a sentence or two, tell me, here's a clinic and here's our facility. What's the difference?
I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah.
And so I think that is not a question that I feel necessarily comfortable answering, right? Because I think it is in the name, right? And it is in the statutes and the way that they're defined. So I think
that's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ms. Baker, I'm going to say that for purposes of zoning and for purposes of the bylaw, it's a legal definition. Do they have to be licensed by the Commonwealth as a clinic? And that gets to the legal definitions of what needs to be licensed as a clinic. And the statute, which, we've been discussing, it's not 100% clear, but it seems to be that this operation does not need to be licensed as a clinic. Does it look like a clinic? Does it smell like a clinic? Does it walk like a clinic? Yes. Does it need to be licensed? Probably not. I'm not going to say it doesn't need to be licensed. I'm going to say it doesn't look like it needs to be licensed. And our bylaw says you can't have a clinic that is licensed by the Commonwealth as a clinic. That's our definition in the bylaw. So it's a legal question, not a medical question.
Okay, it's a little bit of smoke and mirrors, but I get, okay. One last question. Where does the medical waste go?
So we actually, am I still loud? Yeah, so we have contracts with Stericycle, which is a national brand that does manage medical waste and manage medical waste for medical facilities, and they will arrive weekly to collect medical waste.
Okay. All right. Well, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Patricia.
All set, Ms. Baker?
All set, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Janice Epstein. Welcome back, Ms. Epstein.
Hi, Janice Epstein. I'll be brief. I want to remind people, it wasn't that long ago that there was long lines at Caremark, the urgent clinic near Trader Joe's that went around the block, that places like this for COVID testing or whatever is going on in the world can get quite crowded. In fact, for the last 4 days, I went on every morning just to see, could I make an appointment at Caremark? And literally by 10 a.m., everything was booked up to 4 p.m. Okay, so there clearly is a lot of people going in. I found out that they have 4 people on, always one doctor. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I learned a lot today about how the clinic works and the professionals that are in there. A lot of information that was not in the packet. And no disrespect to David Roach, but I don't think he had all the information when he made this determination. And we could keep saying, well, David Roach said this, but we now know more information. And I don't think we can just rely on something he said with what was in the packet. And my feeling is, all health clinics should be licensed. As Jill brought up, we had a real horror show in Needham Center by a place that also from Florida that got closed down. Wasn't really, not everybody got their testing results and they gave all their information to that body. And I don't know why we're not waiting to see if the state would license this. Like, what's the rush? I also want to bring up something else. The neighbors have been working with MassDOT about the changes on Highland Avenue. And one of the situations now that you're looking to have somebody go in that building is when you come out on Highland Avenue from the Panera Plaza, there's a no left turn. And the grading sort of stops that. And MassDOT is willing to make sure that they keep that no left turn in the grading when they redo it. But they also ask that it's really up to you, Mr. Moskowitz, to put up a sign that says no left turn. So we wanted to ask you if you would do that.
You're on mute.
Mike,
You're
you're
on mute.
muted.
If that is what MassDOT wants and they send me a letter, then we will put up a no left turn sign.
Okay, thank you. But I'll just end with, people have different views, but I really think the DPW or the state should really look at licensing this and not think about, well, we'll put it in, and then later if there's an issue, well, it's not the town's responsibility. It becomes all our responsibility if somebody doesn't get the right care or there's issues, because you'll have a tenant in there that, what can they do? That's all I wanted to say. Oh, medical waste. Where are you going to deposit? You're doing labs and things like that. What is the plan for medical waste?
So our medical waste is, we will license to Stericycle, which collects it every week. And they're a national brand that does dispose medical waste and does it for a lot of the medical facilities. And we can call them to come quicker, but we don't anticipate a huge amount of medical waste generated from the building, but we do have Stericycle to take care of that.
So you'll be kept in the building until it's picked up.
That
Is
is
what you're
correct.
saying?
There's specialized bins for where they should go. They're marked red. It's a known process that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All set? Okay. Next, we have John Negosian. So let's bring Mr. Negosian over and see if he has solved his technology issues. Mr. Negosian, you have to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello,
Talk, you're on.
Hello,
we can hear you.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can't see you, but we can hear you. Now we
Okay,
can hear you.
beautiful. Okay, I'll try to make this short. I have an awful lot to say about the dumpsters, but I'll have to bring
Mr.
that up next
Negosian,
time.
we're past the dumpsters. Please don't talk about the dumpsters. And please, please state, you can talk about the dumpsters on March 28th.
Super.
Please state your name and address, Mr. Negosian.
John Negosian, South Street, Needham, Mass.
Thank you.
Just a short little bit of history about this property. This building complex was supposed to be 50 feet from the residence. And we, the residents neighborhood, agreed to a setback of 24 feet. So they made the buildings bigger. And we've incurred an awful lot of stuff that we really didn't want. And we're all pretty sure, everyone that was involved in this 15 years ago, we all knew what a clinic was, okay? And maybe it was in the language, okay? Or maybe it wasn't. But the bottom line is we all knew what a clinic was, and this is what's planning on coming, which we didn't want.
Okay.
And about the dumpsters, oh, the parking will be another night. Okay, that's fine.
Yep.
And about the dumpsters, if you don't have a problem, I'd be more than glad to meet with Lee Newman tomorrow morning. I have an awful lot to say about them. And I think, to be really honest with you, I think the board would want to hear it also. Okay, I don't think.
We'll be happy to hear it on March 28th, Mr. Negosian.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that's fine.
And in the meantime, Mr. Negosian, we'd encourage you to send an email before
that's a little bit problematic. I had to go somewhere else to get online to see you. And I find that there's a lot of people on the street that are elderly and would like to speak, and they don't have computers. And their voice isn't being heard. Okay, they'd go to a meeting, they'd have no problem coming to a meeting. Okay, but like myself, I couldn't speak on my computer, had to go somewhere else, but I have an awful lot to say about the containers. And the way I want to see it is it can be postponed another time. If you don't want that to be postponed because I wasn't able to address you, I'd like to meet before that. I have a lot to talk about. I'm just trying to all work good as a neighborhood. I mean, if they had it by right, we wouldn't be having this meeting. I wasn't able to speak, unbeknown to whatever, but I have different views on those dumpsters. And when I bring that up next week or 2 weeks from now, if you don't have a problem extending it again to review it, that's fine with me. But if you're planning on voting on it, I never got to speak.
Mr.
Okay, and once
Negosian,
again, if they have the right to do it,
I encourage you to put it in writing and send it to us in writing. Doesn't have to be an email. It
I
can be
didn't
a
think
letter.
there'd be a problem with me being able to speak. I spoke last time. This time here, I couldn't do it. I had to go to a different facility. Okay, I was able to be here for this meeting, but I don't have any problem meeting with any board members, anyone, anytime. I'll meet with Lee. I'll meet on the site. I'll do anything you want. Okay, if it was by right for them, we wouldn't be having this meeting. I'm a constituent and an abutter. That's all I'm asking. Okay, you have a busy night. I understand that. Okay, but I can meet with the board. I can meet with Rick Mann, Mr. Moskowitz. We can all meet anytime before the 2 weeks is up.
Okay.
Gene Knight had an excellent idea, as with Natasha. The dumpster by the entrance will be nothing but problematic. We don't have the answers. We don't know.
Negosian, please. No more about the dumpster tonight. Please. Thank you, Mr. Negosian.
Can we meet?
No. Send us a letter or come on the 28th and talk to us.
Well, I also have the right to appeal any decision, correct?
You have the right to appeal any decision.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Make sure you know that I will do
Wait a
it.
minute. Yeah, maybe you do have the right, maybe you don't. That gets to the
Debatable.
legal questions about that.
It just makes it more
Thank you, Mr.
complicated.
Negosian. We're not discussing the dumpsters now. We're discussing the medical clinic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next on the list is Elizabeth Caponia. Please bring Ms. Caponia over, Alex.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How are you?
Okay, good. Elizabeth Caponia is back. I just want to slightly touch on what Jill Kahn was saying. I did my research about carbon health, and we can't blame Massachusetts laws for them not taking insurance. This was in Portland, Oregon. I read some of the reviews, and long lines out the doors, up to $170 charged for a COVID test, and does not accept insurance. So, do we really need this in our neighborhood? Now on to the wording of them being a clinic. I went to their website and went to the section just 2-3 days ago. I did it before, nothing's changed, about us. And they talk about all their corporate officers and they show very cute little pictures of all of them. And there is a general manager of clinics, Carrie Douglas. There is also a medical director of clinics, Roger Wu, MD. I made a PDF of this and I enclosed it in an email that I sent all of you.
Yes, yes, we
So-
saw it. Thank you.
Yeah, so, you know, I realize, you know, it's like how many angels can dance on the tip of a pin, something discussing this. But in all due respect with David Roach, he's not a medical professional. I am, and I can tell, and just like Jill was saying, her whole family's medical. You know, these things speak for themselves. You just have to do a little bit of research. Thank you, that's it. On the 28th, I will address the parking issue.
Great, thank you. I don't see any more hands raised. So I will entertain a motion to continue.
So moved to what, to 2 weeks from now, Lee, is that right? No?
That's just not possible. There's just
Okay.
way too, no, it's not possible. It's gonna have to be on April the 5th and it's gonna have to be at 7:45.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a point of information? Pardon me. May I ask a question about whether it is proper, because there are two distinct provisions that are being, requests that are being made in our application, and we thoroughly discussed one of them, and we went around the room, I believe, and got everybody's opinion from the members. Is it proper to have a vote on that portion of it? And of course, the parking waiver would be separate next week. or
I don't think
whenever.
so. I think we take a vote on the entire application at one time. Marty and Jean have been on the board a lot longer than I have, but in the 7 years that I've been on the board, I've never seen a vote other than at the end of the entire hearing, taking a vote on the entire application.
Okay.
And whether
I just wanted to ask, I've never seen it either, Mr. Chairman, but I thought I would ask, and hopefully that piece of the hearing, though, is effectively been dealt with, and the hearing that we'll have on the 5th will deal with the parking waiver.
In my mind, we've discussed it enough, but I'm only one of five.
Okay.
I've not seen it either.
Sorry, Mr. Jacobs.
I haven't seen it either.
So we have a motion, right?
I haven't seen that kind of a motion. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure what you were saying.
One second, I have one question. Sorry, Gene. Sure. Lee, is it possible to do this one in 2 weeks and the dumpster in 4 weeks?
I'm concerned. We put the dumpster on and it's a super packed agenda. I was reluctant to put, because I felt that was going to be a relatively short conversation. We were going to have a drawing from you, which is going to show us, you know, where the dumpsters, you know, how they were going to be configured. We were going to have a clarification on the portion of the fence that was going to be removed or remain. I'm sorry, Mike. There's just too many. We're committed to too many other hearings that night. There's just not enough time.
Right. We understand. Thank you.
If that's true, then, and Mr. Negocian and others want to be, particularly Mr. Negocian wants to be heard on the dumpster, we can't really do the dumpster next time and hold off on this. Oh, well, I guess we can.
Why can't we?
I guess we can. Okay, I guess we can.
Okay. Well, so I just want to thank the members for their patience and the attention to all of the testimony today. Appreciate it very much.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Rick. Thank you. But we currently have half a motion on the floor.
Sorry.
Because we have a motion to continue to April 5th, but we don't have a time yet.
7:45, Lee said.
7:45, Lee?
On April the 5th, yes.
On April the 5th. Okay, that's the motion. April the 5th is
7:45. I thought I heard 8:45, but you said 7:45. Okay.
Any discussion?
Do we have a second?
Second.
Yes, we have a second. Marty seconded.
Yeah, the only point of discussion is that's my last night on the board. So we'll want to finish it that night.
Yes, we will.
Lee, if we close the hearing that night, and then Marty's no longer on the board, can he sign the decision?
He can vote we would have to vote the decision that night. You'd have to vote what the relief you're gonna get.
Okay.
And we'd have to have a draft decision, I think, that night, if Marty's gonna participate. Otherwise, you would be down to the other four of you making the decision.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a motion to continue. People have moved around on the screen. I'm going to stick with being what's on the screen. So we start with Natasha Espada.
Aye.
Marty Jacobs.
Aye.
Adam Block.
Aye.
Gene McKnight. You went from first to last, Gene.
Did I?
Yeah.
Doesn't look that way to me, but anyway, aye.
And the chair votes aye. We're continued to April 5th.
Thank you.
Rick, thank you.
Thank you.
Mike,
Thank you.
thank you. And Wayne, I'm sorry we didn't get to hear from you tonight.
It's when I'm at my best. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I hear some concerns about kind of, being a for-profit clinic. I just want to say that, this is my neighborhood. I would not support something that I thought would be detrimental. I think that we will find that having this office, Carbon Health, will actually add value to the community, and it's something that I strongly believe in, and so just gonna add that as my last 2 cents. But I thank you for your time and thank you for the interesting conversation. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I apologize because I just thanked everybody else in your team and I forgot to thank you.
No worries.
Thank you for being here tonight.
My pleasure. All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, we are up to major project site plan special permit number 2022-01 Needham Farmers Market. I'm not going to read the rest of this. This is a continuation of a hearing that was started on March 1st. So Alex, if you would bring over, I see you already brought over Lisa, and if Jeff is here, there's Jeff.
Mr. Chair, would anyone entertain a 5-minute bathroom break or wait till after this?
Okay with me.
Yeah, okay, let's take a 5-minute bathroom break. And let's try to be back in 5 minutes if we can, please.
Okay.
So, major project site plan special permit number 2022-01, Needham Farmers Market, their annual request to renew their permit. And this is a continuation of a hearing from March 1st. So we've already dispensed with the reading of the notice. Don't need that motion tonight. So Jeff and Lisa, I turn things over to the two of you.
Thank you, Paul. We're going to be succinct and try to make our presentation and then, and hear whatever questions you may have. So I and Lisa Chevrolet were both board members of Needham Farmers Market, and we're here to continuation of the March 1st hearing on Needham Farmers Market special permit application. The board had raised several issues. Those issues are now resolved, which Lisa and I can now respond to. I wanted to, since the new location, which is a temporary location on Greene's Field, is the operation there is basically a continuation of our prior operation, particularly, for example, at Garrity Way and Town Common. But there are some different issues as well, which we'll discuss. But I wanted to first read a brief certificate of appreciation to the Needham Farmers Market Board, which includes myself, and it's dated September 25th, 2018, and it's from the Select Board. It's very brief. It says, referring to the Certificate of Appreciation, in recognition of 10 years of tireless pursuit and dedication in creating the Needham Farmers Market. From its first market day held on the First Parish Church Common to its present locale in front of Town Hall, the Needham Farmers Market has become a vibrant gathering place for the community while offering fresh and local products, live music, and artists each week. Congratulations. The certificate was signed by the Select Board members Mo Handel, Mary Ann Cooley, Dan Matthews, Matt Borelli, and John Bullion. They and their spouses frequently attend Needham Farmers Market, and some of them attended the market way back in 2012, which was our first year. So they have a lot of personal knowledge of the operation of the market. And I, until maybe last year, I used to go to every market. So I have a pretty good idea who comes, and particularly if they're town officials. The only other thing I would say regarding town officials attending is that Kate Fitzpatrick, town manager, of course, she signs off on the application. She signs off on the license agreement, and she has attended the farmers market also. So these are people who have firsthand knowledge of the operation of the market, and they approve it. They, of course, we have many people, residents of Needham, who do attend the farmers market, and they all are very pleased with it. So I would then just now turn to Lisa to discuss the new plan that was prepared for the new plan for Greene's Field and some other issues as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Lisa. You're muted, Lisa. You're muted.
All right, I was getting the map up ready in case we needed to show it. Sorry about that. At the last meeting we were at, you raised some questions, and we went back over this time and remeasured the field with much greater precision, and have forwarded to all of you a map that more accurately lays out exactly what we can fit and where we intend to position all of the vendors, the artists, and the market manager. And we sent that to everyone. I don't know if it would be helpful to call it up on the screen or if you all have it, but what this shows, oh, there we go. Yep, Thank you.
That's great. Yep.
Perfect. So this shows approximately each box is a 10 by 10 foot tent, and the 2 rows of 4 contiguous represent the spot where our major produce vendors would be, and all the other spots are single vendors that are either food, artist, or market manager. We are still awaiting the town's determination where they will put the electricity, but they have agreed that they will get electricity here, probably on the light posts, for us before we open. And we have also indicated on this map 2 possible locations for meat and egg truck. We're calling that one out because the vendor that we had last year would drive the truck up because of the freezers that they had on board. Since we spoke to you, we learned that that vendor will not be able to join us again, but we are looking at another meat vendor who may have either refrigerators or freezers on their vehicle. So we're still looking at making sure that when you give us approval, we can accommodate the vendors in their various configurations. So the number of vendors was a topic that we spent quite a bit of time on, and I hope this makes it a little bit clearer what we're looking for and how we can fit them. The electricity was a topic that came up, and the fact that it was very important that we keep the place very clean and preserve the cleanliness of the park. And our rules already are very clear that vendors are responsible for removing their trash. And we have not had a trash problem in the past. Our market manager, who was there before we open until we end, has, amongst his other duties, he makes sure that the place is clean when we leave. So we would expect to be no different on this location than we were in Garrity Way, and that is to respect the property. So those were the major topics. The one other topic that Tara Gersh at the Board of Health had raised was a bathroom agreement that we would have, and we are working with both the Y, and I'm just haven't been able to get a response from Paula at the Y yet, but we're also working with another restaurant a block away that might be able to give us a written documentation per Tara's request that vendors and shoppers can use their bathroom. So what we're trying to do is just show that we're addressing all of the topics that you raised and that the Board of Health has raised in an effort to further our, sort of solidifying the plan. So I know it's late. You all have seen this. It's up here. Maybe I can turn it to you and say what questions, concerns, comments do you have?
Okay. Yes, Jean, go right ahead.
This is much better. I mean, this really shows how the tents are going to be arranged and the location of the possible location of the truck, two possible locations. I was looking in the materials I have for the copy of the license agreement by the select board that I know we had in our materials last week, and I just can't find it. But the one thing that had confused me about the license agreement is the description of the licensed area. And this plan doesn't help me with that either. I suppose that's just a problem between the farmer's market and the select board if the licensed area is unclear as to where it is. But I'm still confused about that.
Yeah, I think we did have that in our packets for the meeting.
Yeah, wasn't it?
You mean the 2 week ago meeting? Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
had
the
a
Exhibit A. If I could answer, can you hear me? Or
yes, we can hear you, Jeff.
okay, thanks. So that's Exhibit A to the license agreement.
Yeah. Which we did
This
have.
plan is exhibit A to the license agreement. Okay.
Do you want to read it to us, Jeff?
No, Exhibit A was a map
Right.
Yeah, but it's,
that had a red circle around what the licensed area was.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
those pink lines were basically the lines where the tents are now. And the current map that we've shared, Jean's holding it up exactly. The area that we're expecting to use is the exact same area that was in that map that Jean's holding up. And that's 8,680 square feet.
Okay,
and we're
the area that's shown in the pink lines, and
Okay.
within that area, you're saying is where you have shown by this plan where the tents and tables will be located
correct.
within this. And this
Yes.
is what's attached to the license.
Right.
And so it's only within the pink lines, not outside the pink lines, not in the sidewalk. It's strange, but I guess that's the way it is. That, I suppose, is what is during the time of the operation, the exclusive use area for the farmer's market. In the area of Greene's Field that is outside that pink area is not for the exclusive use of farmer's market. It simply open to the public as it always is. So I
As
guess
are the
that's the way it's
walkways.
going to work.
As are
Okay.
the
That's
right.
walkways.
So if I don't want to interrupt this, but there were two other areas which, just to continue from Lisa, which I wanted to briefly mention to you, in which subsequent to the March 1st hearing, I've been in contact with the town manager's office, and the person I deal with there is Miles Tucker, he replaced Sandy Sincata, retired, and Miles, who's very competent, is now holding that position of support services manager in the office of the town manager. So last Friday, Miles emailed me that the town had no objection to NFM's vendor drop-off procedures for unloading their product and tents during setup from Great Plain Avenue and Pickering Streets. This is next to the two walkways. These are the same procedures for vendor pickup during breakdown after the close of business. I emailed Miles that the farmers market would fully comply with paragraph 1E of the license agreement, that there will not be any NFM traffic and access to or on Greene's Field. He just wanted to make sure that I understood that, and I do. Of course, that's part of the license agreement. Another issue which was cleared up today with Miles, so regarding electric service outlets in the licensed area. So Miles Tucker, again, he's the Needham Support Services Manager. He emailed me today that the electrical outlets at Greene's Field will be ready for NFM's use by opening day, which is June 12th. He had previously called Barry DeLong, who's the DPW Building Maintenance Director, on this. It's Sean Rieger, who's the town electrician. He will be the actual person doing the installation, and he reports to Barry. Regarding trash procedures, Lisa covered that already. There are specific, I could quote them or refer to them if you want, but there are specific sections of the license agreement that deal with that. It's really a repeat of the same provision that was in prior license agreements with the town. You remember that, Needham Farmers Market has been now located on town land for 8 years of the last 10 years of its existence. And so for 8 years, we've been dealing closely with the town manager's office, involving various specifics of the operation of the market. So they've been very helpful. And Miles Tucker is our contact, and he contacts the various departments. Obviously, he speaks to Kate Fitzpatrick about the operation of the market, and everything, of course, has to get her approval. Regarding trash removal, Lisa covered that already. There are specific sections of the license agreement that deal with that. And I also, in my presentation or letter to the board dated January 21st, 2022, I had on page 3 referred to methods of the adequacy of methods of disposal of refuse and other waste resulting from the uses permitted on the site, which Lisa referred to. So, those were the issues which were brought up at the last March 1st hearing, and Lisa and I were working to cement and provide detail to the board so that they could fully understand the operation of the market. So if you have any questions, we would certainly entertain that and try to answer your questions.
So let me go through the board and see if anybody, I know, Jean, you've already spoken. Do you have any other questions?
No, I don't. I'm all set, thank you.
Natasha, do you have any questions or comments for them?
No, I don't have any. Thank you.
Thank you. Marty?
2 questions. First of all, I don't see anything in your chart from musicians. Where do you intend to put musicians?
The musician location will depend on where the electricity is because we want to make sure that our electricians have the power for microphone and whatever other equipment they need. And we want to make sure that we don't have cords or wires draping too far. We were envisioning that they might be where the flagpole is, right in back of that bench, because that's a kind of central location, still in keeping with, as we said with Jean, the area that we're considering to be the space that we have to use, but not getting, you know, if there's power on that, the little yellow, they look like very small squares, or that little thing that you're cursing. Exactly. Thank you. That's a light pole. And we think that is likely to be where the electrical power would be. So putting a musician near that flagpole in back of that bench might be an area that would allow them power, be able to be heard, but not be in the way of the remaining part of Greene's Field that's available to the public. But we really need to wait and see where the electrical power is, and where we can safely position a musician.
And how many musicians at a time are you going to have?
One. We have one musician. They every Sunday, a musician is allowed to sign up for either half the market or the whole market. They either play 11 to 1 or 1 to 3, or if a musician has enough repertoire and desire, they can take the whole space. But we only have one at each sort of shift.
Okay. You list 13 tents or spaces for food vendors.
Correct.
And that's separate from vegetable vendors and meat and eggs. So what food are we talking about?
So the two vegetable markets are that they have seedlings, vegetables,
about the food vendors.
I understand. I'm walking through the vendors right now. The meat and egg truck, we originally thought that would be Chestnut. As I mentioned, they're not coming. We're looking for an alternative. And the other 13 labeled food vendors are for all the other vendors that offer food. They could be relishes, pickles, baked goods. Mears Natural Foods has come for many years. We have a bread vendor. So it's all of the other vendors that offer some sort of edible product.
All within the list in the definitions in the bylaw, Lisa?
Yes.
That we talked about last time?
Exactly. Thank you. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
All set, Marty?
Yeah.
Okay, Adam, do you have any questions or comments?
I have a couple of questions. One, can you see Lisa, can you see my cursor?
Yes. The big belly.
What is
That's
this?
That is a big belly, and it's a trash receptacle that compacts. And that's the arrows, I think, just to show the recycling, you know, but it's really a big trash bin.
Got it. And what are the green dots?
Those are just to indicate where there are trees. The reason why the tents are spread so far apart is that we try to encompass the foliage. We can't put a tent right in a tree and you know, not damage the tree. So we're just trying to show why the tents are spaced apart.
Aren't there additional trees here and here?
There are some additional trees. We did not capture every single tree. We were just showing the trees that got in the way of where you might, if you were just logically looking at the map, you might say, well, you could put another tent in there, and we couldn't. But the circles aren't really capturing the true canopy size. They're just showing there's a plant there.
That's fine. I have no further questions. I'm prepared to vote on this, and thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have no questions, so I'm going to look to see whether any of the attendees have their hands raised. I don't see any. I'm going to give it a minute or two in case anybody wants to raise their hand, ask a question, or make a comment. I see John Terry is there, Lisa, so be prepared.
He is. I'm waiting.
Yeah. That's Lisa's husband, so. No hands are being raised, so I will entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? People have moved around, but let's do this. Natasha?
Aye.
Marty?
Aye.
Adam?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The hearing is closed.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we can prepare a decision for the board to vote at the next planning board meeting, an affirmative decision.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of
Very
you.
good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate all your inputs and wish you a good night.
Thank you.
Night.
I can find my agenda, but I believe the next item on the agenda is the review of the decision for Wingate. Is that the next item on the agenda?
Yes.
Decision, but I seem to have misplaced my agenda. So I reviewed the decision. I have no questions or comments or changes. Does anybody else have anything to comment on the
I have,
draft decision? Yes, Adam.
Lee, I'm going to put you on a spot here, so forgive me. We received a revised site plan to incorporate the whole campus,
Yes.
which was asked for in our previous hearing. Was there anything from that revised or updated site plan that stuck out for you that may require any additional conditions?
No, I have not thoroughly reviewed that site plan. This decision anticipates that that site plan will be provided. It doesn't, and so it requires it as a plan modification. So it can be reviewed as a function of a condition of this underlying decision.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so basically it's covered under section, I think,
2.0B.
Yes, I require that they submit it, and then it has to meet our standards in order to be considered satisfactory, and it will be reviewed in conjunction with this decision.
Yes, Jean.
The decision expressly says that the parking has to be, it's in section 3.4, at least 96 paved parking spaces, including 59 full-size, 37 compact, shall be provided on site. Yet the parking analysis says that only 28 spaces are needed. And we have our usual language that any changes to the site require further site plan approval by this board. I had suggested during the hearing that some of that parking area be converted to attractive open space sitting out areas. And the answer was, well, maybe we will sometime, but we'll think about that. But I wonder, do we really want to say that they have to provide the 96 paved parking spaces? And could we give them some flexibility on that to be able to make changes to that without coming back?
Well, I think the question is, I thought if they were going to change it, you'd want to see how they're going to change it, where the spaces would be located, how the circulation would work with certain parking spaces being eliminated. And you might want to actually see the landscape plan or the outdoor space plan that's going to actually capture those parking spaces. So I kind of designed this so that you were basically approving what they're representing on the drawings, and then if they're going to change it, having them come back to you to show you what those changes are, and then you would review that as a whole. That's how it was set up.
Yeah. And that needn't necessarily require a hearing if we determine that the change is minimal.
You could do it as a de minimis change if you felt that was appropriate, because it wouldn't require a parking waiver because they were over the minimum number of parking spaces that were required on the property. So you could do it de minimisly if you chose.
Yeah, because it wouldn't require a waiver, right?
Right.
All right. Well, I guess I'll let that go. I just didn't want to impose a condition that wasn't really necessary, but I am thrilled that they're agreeing to the 7 affordable housing units and going along with the trend that we've had in the town when we've had recent rezonings to require the 12.5%, and that would be the 7 affordable units. So very, very happy about that.
And I agree with Jane.
I'll set that.
That's why I was advocating to make sure that, I think they had initially proposed 5. and I wanted to make sure that we had at least the 7. I was really looking for 10.
Am I remembering that Wingate was represented by Evans Huber?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. I see that Evans is among the attendees, and we usually ask the attorney for the petition, the applicant, whether he has read the decision. And so if I'm going to ask Alex to bring Evans over so that we can hear from Evans as to whether he's reviewed the decision. Hi, Evans. Good to see you. You're muted.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. Have you read the decision?
I have.
Everything all?
I sent it back to Lee with a few comments and edits. Nothing substantive, nothing too substantial. It was more like, this provision seems duplicative of a prior provision and a few things like that. I sent that to Lee, I think at the beginning, some point last week.
Right, and I incorporated his suggestions in the revised document that's in front of you.
Good, thank you. Okay. Anything else from the board? Then first motion that we need is to grant the relief, which is on page 4. Near the bottom of the page.
I move that we grant the requested relief in the special permit for 50 independent living units in the Elder Services zoning district under section 3.12.4 of the zoning bylaw, and a special permit for the major project site plan review amendment under section 7.4 of the zoning bylaw, subject to the modifications, conditions, and limitations contained in our decision with respect to special permit number, with respect to application number 93-3 as amended.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none. Natasha Espada.
Aye.
Martin Jacobs.
Aye.
Adam Block.
Aye.
Gene McKnight.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, so the representation in the decision that it was voted 5-0 is correct. Next, I need a motion to accept the decision as drafted.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Natasha Espada.
Aye.
Marty Jacobs.
Aye.
Adam Block.
Aye.
Gene McKnight.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Decision is approved. Evans, thank you.
Thank you.
Aye.
Okay, I found my agenda. So, and it is 20 after 11. So we have the next item on the agenda is multifamily districts under section 3A of the zoning bylaw, which is the transit, the new section of the zoning act. Actually, I'm going to skip over that and go to Board of Appeals because I think we can dispense with Board of Appeals quickly. There were two new items on the Board of Appeals agenda. Did anybody have any comments or want to make any comments to the ZBA about either of those two new items?
No comment.
No comment. Yeah.
So shall we vote no comment on both of those items? Natasha?
Aye. Yes.
Marty?
Aye.
Greene,
Aye.
Adam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. There's no comment on both of those, Lee. Thank you. Okay. So do we have time to talk about the 100 and something pages that we have in our packet on the MBTA zoning?
Well, your comments on the draft guidelines, the town's comments on the draft guidelines are due at the end of the month. I know the select board have that scheduled, I think, for their next meeting. So I had worked with Katie King on putting together, an overview of what the guidelines, require and encompass, and just an analysis, a preliminary zoning analysis of where Needham sits in the context of those draft regulations. So if you, I think attached to all this is a draft letter that the town is proposing to send to the state in terms of its review of on these draft guidelines. So if you want to have any voice in shaping that letter or suggesting any changes to it, I think tonight is the night where that has to be done.
Well, it has to be submitted by March 31.
That's correct. Well, the town is going to be submitting their letter by the end of the month, and the select board will be discussing it at their meeting next week.
Well, I can see this kind of as a two-step process. One is that the five of us individually could submit comments to you, Lee, that you can then submit to Kate Fitzpatrick and Katie King.
Well, I've actually received some comments from Jean and some comments from Marty, which I can share.
Right. And I noticed that at some point, Kate Fitzpatrick was asking for comments by March 25th. So, I encourage all of us to review this and give Lee whatever comments you might have. And we will have time on the 28th if any of you feel that that your comments should be supported by the entire board by a vote of the board. Maybe indicate that to Lee so that she can then circulate those comments to the five of us by email, and then we can discuss them and vote them on the 28th. I don't think that will take too long, and so that Kate Fitzpatrick and Katie King will have them by the 31st. Does that sound reasonable, Jean?
It does sound reasonable. The biggest issue, though, I thought I might be able to raise quickly, and that is the draft guidelines that define, or at least have been interpreted by the Department of Housing and Community Development as applied to Needham to mean that Needham is a bus service community, and 20%, we should have zoning that could produce a number of multifamily housing units equal to 20% of the total housing units in our town. And when you actually read the guidelines, it's ambiguous, and actually more goes towards saying we are not a bus service community. They have misread their own guidelines. Well, they realize that themselves now. They said certain words were typos. Well, they weren't typos. They were substantive words in a definition, and now they're taking those words out to make it more clear that Needham is a bus service community, notwithstanding that we have commuter rail. Previously, you could read it as, wait a minute, first of all, we don't have a bus station because we don't have a place where there are two or more bus lines meet. We don't. And
Jean, how do you know they're making those changes?
Because they sent out, and I think it's in our materials, frequently
Correction.
asked questions. And they said, that this is a frequently asked question. And we realized there was a typographical error, and we are changing it to now take out the words, these certain words. And if they take out those words, then we would be a bus service community and have that 20% requirement. We
All right.
definitely should oppose that. We definitely should insist that Needham is a commuter rail, and the guidelines should reflect that a town like Needham is a commuter rail town. And I think that's a very important thing, because, you know, the thing is, if the goal is 15%, maybe it's doable. Maybe we can be cooperative and really reach for that goal. It feels to me like if it's 20%, it's just so beyond what we can ever do that we may as well give up right now.
And Kate was advocating that Needham be regarded as a community.
Yes. Everybody's
So-
on board with that idea, and I think we should support it too.
I certainly support the goals of both the legislation, the regulations, and Kate's memo. Is it fair to say that the whole board supports the goals, and that we're just looking to understand how we can best comply and not whether we should comply? Are we all aligned that we see this as an important opportunity to promote housing and affordable housing in town? I do.
I do.
Yeah, but I do too.
do
But
as well.
I mean, it's the law. So the question is, what do you think about the guidelines?
And how do we comply?
Right.
Right.
And
There's another big issue in the guidelines, and that is the deadlines with which your compliance is expected. These deadlines are unrealistic for a town form of government where town meetings read irregularly. They should be at least a year longer.
I think, yes, and I think that's in the draft letter. I think that comment.
Right. That's right. It is. I saw that.
So I don't know what to add other than what is in the draft letter, and strengthened by the need to make sure we're defined as a commuter rail.
Well, I think Marty had an issue, didn't you, Marty? I think because I think the regulation calls for a minimum of 50 acres, half of which have to be located, or 25 acres within the half-a-mile radius of transit. And weren't you questioning whether or not that whole 25 acres had to be contiguous, or whether it could actually be in smaller chunks as long as it's located within those half-mile radius zones, especially in a community like Needham, which has multiple train stops?
And the 25 contiguous acres is not required by the statute. And it's not.
That should be made clear, Marty. I agree with you. I had been assuming that we could, say we've got 5 different apartment 1 zones, and we can add all the acreage together and see what that comes up to.
It's contiguous. It was 25 contiguous.
Yeah, and I don't see the need for that, really. But
yeah, that's another important issue. Yeah.
Yeah. That was my only suggested addition to the letter. I thought the letter was good issues and well written.
Lee, can you communicate that to Kate so we can add that?
Yes.
So we've got 3 issues, and we assume that those are all issues that the select board and town manager will agree with. But we want to make sure they're emphasized.
So Jean, do you want to make a motion that the board, as a board, reflect those 3 issues to the town manager?
I will. Let's see if I can draft that. I move that the planning board communicate to the town manager that our comment on the proposed guidelines is that they should be revised to make it clear that Needham is a commuter rail community. that the time period for compliance should be extended to realize the town meeting form of government takes time. And I would leave it to the town manager to say how long a time that should be, rather than saying a year. I just leave it to the town manager, but it should be longer. And that.
Gene, can I stop you for a second? Those two issues are already reflected in the draft letter.
Shouldn't we say we agree
We'll
with
take a
them?
vote that we support it as a.
Oh, do we support
Support
them?
it.
I see.
Yeah,
Do we
support them. And then the other is that discontinuous zoning districts that together that could be taken together to comply with the acreage requirement.
And need not be contiguous.
Right.
And need not be contiguous.
Well, or at least that they drop the 25 contiguous acre requirement down to something smaller. 20, 15, 10, whatever.
Right.
I don't have a number.
Or non-contiguous, but keep the number.
Non-contiguous. I think 25 acres within a half mile, but they need not be contiguous is not unreasonable. Especially since we've got 4 commuter rail stations.
Exactly.
Yeah, but they no longer, they 25 acres total, but they need not be
They need not be
contiguous.
contiguous.
Yeah, I think that,
25
so
acres.
that's the motion.
Before we get to a second, at the risk of being presumptuous and putting Natasha on the spot. Natasha is co-chair of of our select committee on affordable housing. Do you want to second that motion?
I was going to, but I thought you were going to say something else. So yes, I second that motion. I think it's important, and I think it's important to give them feedback right away. But thank you, Adam.
Just to be clear, the requirement is 50 acres, but
25 has to be within half a mile of the.
And they have to be contiguous. The 25.
Yes.
25 has to be contiguous.
So it's really the 25 that I'm
25,
suggesting
that's right.
be reduced. Yeah, not the 50.
Or that the 25 need not be contiguous. You're suggesting that the 25 within a half mile be reduced.
The 20.
I'm also suggesting, because
They not be contiguous.
maybe we could say and/or that the acreage within a half mile of a public transit station need not be contiguous. Because I'm not sure that it's unreasonable to say that you need to have 25 acres within a half mile of a transit facility.
I'm going to have to think about whether that works.
Yeah,
My
I'm
point.
thinking of some examples of, like, for example, our A1 districts. I'm not sure we have 25 total acres
We have
within
22.
half mile circles.
We have 22 in the A1 district.
But we have, I mean, if we changed our center business district or our Chestnut Street business district rules to allow for housing as of right, we could add in that acreage in the center business and Chestnut Street business, which really increases it significantly.
Mhm. But if you look at apartment A1, it's blue. It's the Petrini Apartments, Rosemary Ridge, the Highlands, and then if you go up, it's Webster Greene. And I think it's shown on the data that was provided to us that if you add them together, they're not 25. Even, yeah. So
No, I think it's 22, I think there.
yeah, so
Yeah, but
should we
you know,
be
the whole-
seeking two things?
The whole
non-
idea is to promote zoning changes, isn't it? I mean, isn't that what the state law is trying to accomplish? That we have zoning changes, as Lee was just suggesting if we change the zoning in the Needham Center Business District or the Needham Center Overlay District, so that allowed for multifamily housing as of right, with the other requirements of the statute and the guidelines, we could get ourselves up to the 25 acres. We only have to add about, I don't know, three acres. It
But
sounds
that's-
like, but maybe a little bit more.
I guess I was thinking that those districts are different. I mean, I don't think you can lump together the apartment 1 district and the overlay district, where one allows mixed use and the other allows 3-story apartment buildings. Can you? I wasn't
yes,
thinking you could do that.
I think the state is going to allow us to use overlays where there's mixed use development, providing that the housing is attainable at their density.
So
it doesn't have to be a straight apartment. It can be mixed use.
So you think we could, if the goal is, if we have to have at least 25% that allows multifamily housing, including mixed use, within a half mile of our train stations, we can add together the A1 zoning, the overlay zoning, any 40Bs that happen to be in this area. I can't really think of any, they're all over there. We could lump them all together and get the 25.
Yes,
Well, if we can do that, we can do, that's possible, I guess, yeah. All right.
The center business alone has 30 acres.
Okay. All right, I thought you'd have to treat it district by district, but if you can lump them together, maybe we're okay. So the issue is contiguous. We don't want to make things contiguous. That would destroy everything, okay? Do we have to go back to the motion? I think we just talked about 25 acres.
Yeah.
And doesn't have to be contiguous within the half-mile area. That was our motion, I think.
Yes,
Correct.
Okay,
Okay. Any further discussion? Well, let's take the vote. Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Marty Jacobs,
Aye.
Adam Block,
Aye.
Dean McKnight,
aye.
and the chair votes aye. It's unanimous. Let Kate know.
Good, got something done there.
Yeah.
Excellent. Oh, do we want to just do the minutes? They're pretty easy. I don't think there's any questions on them. They're just, I did a red line that's before you of the March 8th minutes. No substantive changes and no questions. I mean, March 8th, please. October 5th, 2021 minutes. Do I have a motion to accept the October 5th, 2021 minutes?
So moved. Second.
Okay, any discussion? I'm being chair for the moment here.
You are. You're the chair of the chair of the minutes, Gene.
Right, sort of the secretary of the meeting. Yeah. All right, then if there's no discussion, let's have a vote. All in favor of accepting these minutes?
Oh, you have to take a voice vote.
Oh, yeah, I have to take a roll call vote. Where are you all here? Adam Block.
Aye.
Paul Alpert.
Aye.
Marty Jacobs.
Aye.
Natasha Espada.
Aye.
And I, Jean McKnight. I'm aye. All right.
Thank you.
Done. We did it. We did the minute.
We did it. Report.
Now, is there any other report?
I just took the gavel back, Gene.
Yes, go ahead.
Report of the planning director.
We have a housing workshop that's planned for March the 24th, which Jean and Natasha and I are working on. You should all have gotten an invitation to it. We're hoping that we're going to have a large attendance at this meeting. I think the goal
You have
here
to
is
register if you want to come. Register.
yes, you need to register to come. And the reason we are doing registration is because there's going to be a survey or a questionnaire that's going to go out after the workshop. So the intent here is to do a presentation of what the current housing profile looks like in Needham and what the current identified need is. And then to allow breakout groups to occur where people will be asked a series of questions to try to begin to develop some community-wide goals around housing objectives and policy strategies to implement those goals. And then we'll ask the individual groups to report back to the full group so we can kind of identify strategies to address the identified needs and sort out where there's support around the strategies that have been identified. So that's scheduled for the 24th, and Jean and Natasha and I have a meeting, and Alex tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. I think we decided to talk about some of the final work that needs to be done to make that happen.
Okay.
See you all there.
Yep.
I know that must feel a little, unwieldy, that it's, but I think it's a great way to be able to accomplish the specific actions that, need to be taken in order to come up with specific recommendations and changes to our zoning to support, the goals of affordable housing. I know it's hard work, and I know it's really time-consuming work. And I'm grateful for your leadership and, on the task.
Well, we're hopeful that we'll get a lot of a lot of interest, and there'll be a lot of people participating.
Agreed.
We have excellent staff too.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Okay.
Briefly mentioned under correspondence, we had in our packets the memo from the planning department to Dave Roach regarding the temporary occupancy permit for the new police station and fire station. And we also have correspondence from the Wellesley Planning Board on their upcoming zoning public hearing for their annual town meeting.
Yes, they had some. They're doing some stuff around sustainability, and I know we're kind of waiting for the committee that Natasha's working on, but I included that
on Monday. Yeah,
that starts on Monday. I included Wellesley.
We have a meeting, but
yeah, but Wellesley's beginning to put some things into their zoning, so I wanted to include that as a model.
Right, and I noticed that defining childcare facility.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's one of the things they're doing. Yeah, this is interesting. Thanks.
Okay.
So I'm still in my office and I kind of want to go home.
Yes, well, the next item on the agenda is a motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
So moved.
I have a second.
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 Okay, any discussion? None. Natasha Espada,
Aye.
Artie Jacobs,
Aye.
Jean McKnight,
Aye.
Adam Block,
Aye.
and I vote aye. We're adjourned.